and feel free to carry your cups of tea and coffee. Requesting everyone to please get settled so we can begin our program in time. And a humble reminder to all of you to kindly place your phones on a silent mode, please. Thank you. Well, a very good morning and namaskar everyone, and a very, very warm welcome to National Conference on Achieving Nutritional Security through Agri-Nutri Food Value Chain. Now, today's program is brought to you by ASSOCHAM, and we thank each one of you for joining us for the program today. Now, we'd like to start with the inaugural session, and I'll request all of you to please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Ms. Enoshi Sharma, Executive Director at FSSAI. I request her to please join us in lighting the lamp and inaugurating our today's program. Mr. Akshat Khandelwal, Founder and CEO of New Flower Foods and Nutrition Private Limited, is also here with us. Mr. Vivek Chandra, Chairman of the Food Processing and Value Addition Council, ASSOCHAM, and CEO, Global Branded Business at LT Foods Limited. Requesting you to also join, as we do at the beginning of all our And with that, ladies and gentlemen, our today's program is now formally inaugurated with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. I'll request our dignitaries to please join us on the dais. Once again, requesting Ms. Enoshi Sharma, Executive Director, FSSAI, a very special guest today on our today's program to join us on the dais. Mr. Akshat Khandelwal, Founder and CEO, New Flower Foods and Nutrition Private Limited. We also have with us Mr. Vivek Chandra, Chairman, Food Processing and Value Addition Council, ASSOCHAM. He's also CEO, Global Branded Business at LT Foods Limited. We'd like to tell you that the two other dignitaries will be joining us in a short while from now. They're on their way. In the meantime, we'd like to extend our heartiest gratitude and welcome to Ms. Enoshi Sharma. I'll first of all request Mr. Vivek Chandra to kindly extend a floral welcome to Ms. Sharma on behalf of all of us here at ASSOCHAM, and welcome her with a bouquet of flowers. I request Mr. Vivek Chandra to kindly welcome Ms. Enoshi Sharma. Thank you. And with that, let me first of all invite Mr. Chandra for a welcome address and to present the industry perspective.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude and welcome to Ms. Enoshi Sharma for being here. She is somebody who really we interact with quite a lot on this topic and is a champion of the cause. So thank you so much for being here. Also, warm welcome to Mr. Akshat Khandelwal, Founder and CEO, New Flower Foods and Nutrition Private Limited. Welcome. The company that I work for, LT Foods, is one of the first in the country to have the machines for making the kernels, FRKs, for rice fortification. And in that capacity, we were invited, I was invited by FSSAI about maybe 7 or 8 years ago when this program was starting. I may have got the date wrong, it was quite some time back. But what I remember is that how impacted I was in that first session by this topic. Till that time, I had only a very peripheral understanding of it. I mean, I had heard the term malnutrition, but I had absolutely no idea of its impact and extent. People spoke there about the impact on GDP, and various figures have been quoted about how malnutrition, undernutrition, acute malnutrition, all put together can impact from 0.5% to 2% of India's GDP. Figures as much as $40 billion impact have been quoted. There's a study by World Bank which said India loses upwards of $10 billion each year in its GDP from the effects of malnutrition, which is in terms of illness, absenteeism, and they even spoke of death. I was more than, the impacts on GDP. What really struck me was what it does to children under 5 years of age and what it does to pregnant and lactating mothers. I heard of things that till that time were not really in my active consciousness, of issues like wasting, stunting. I learned of this horrific neural tube disease in newborns. And suddenly, this thing stopped being just a knowledge, information piece. It became something more personal. From a business of supplying fortified kernels, it became a cause. It's something that one believed in. It became something that we can do, more societal, more national. And really, since then, I've been a convert to this in my own little way. And so, when this Poshan Abhiyan of government was announced, with its various annual goals of so much % reduction in the various parameters like reducing stunting, anemia, undernutrition, etc., such an important program for the future of this country and for each individual in the vulnerable sections of our country who will be impacted by this, each child and each woman who would be impacted by this. Recently, there's been some debate about, the efficacy of this, or the desirability of supplying fortified food in programs like the ICDS, MDM, etc. But I recall, once after my initial meeting, I was invited sort of quite frequently to various presentations and various programs, and I recall there studies that were presented of tests that were done in, I recall it was in Orissa in a village and in Tamil Nadu, where children were given just iron-fortified rice during the midday meal, so just once a day. And 6 months later, when they did the blood test, they came out with the finding that iron levels in the blood of all those children improved with just one meal a day of fortified rice. So, in my mind, as I see it, I don't think the issue is about the efficacy of the program. It is about maybe execution, could be. Or it is just as we have, it's a common pastime to debate things. But be as it may, I think that program is good and is right, but now, moving forward, when we are adding other strategies to fortification, they can be complementary, they can be supplemental, but they don't have to be substitutes. And that is why adding nutrition management to fortification by FSSAI under Madam Sharma's leadership, I think is so laudable. Because now, having achieved food security, we really do have to move towards nutrition security. And I think the things that we are talking about here and the theme of what we are talking today is about nutrition. Nutrition, critical in better health and better development. Better nutrition leads to better physical, mental, cognitive development, stronger immune systems, gives longevity to people. And healthy people learn better, and in time, they can break the cycle of poverty and hunger and lack of nutrition. So Programs such as these are just critical for the long-term success of our society. Nutritional security is not just India, it's a global challenge, and it refers to the availability of safe, affordable, fresh and nutritious food which can be processed, non-processed or whole. But the fact remains that there is a challenge of feeding 9 billion people by 2050 through increase in food production, delivered in a manner where the resources are shrinking. So it has to be done in a manner which is sustainable, where the agri-systems from the farm all the way to the consumer have to be supportive of the resources, yet delivering nutritious food, nutritious diet. Now, expansion of novel and innovative foods that are nutritionally correct and fit the diets of those communities are important. Yes, I know that there are things that we are trying to do about changing the food plate, but within the food plate, if you can, then an existing habit helps you to deliver better food. And for all of this, I think that's where we as food processing industry come in. And what we need, if you have to work across from the farm onwards, we need an integrated multi-sectoral approach, which covers the entire food supply chain. A report spoke of the fact that what prevents a lot of things in malnutrition management and in nutrition security is a lack of awareness of basically what this is about. And therefore, programs such as today being organized by ASSOCHAM's Food Processing and Value Add Council are so valuable, so important in filling that gap. And the dignitaries here, they all bring very rich experience and perspectives, and we would really gain and learn by that. And to them, I add my welcome to all of you who are in this, working in this field, whether in the social sector or in the food sector or in food processing. And I really urge you all to come together, because together we can contribute to this cause. Thank you for being here, and welcome again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandra, for sharing with us those valuable insights and your welcome address. Thank you. It's time for me to now invite for a very special address on regulatory framework of the FSSAI to enable nutritional security, Ms. Enoshi Sharma, Executive Director at FSSAI. Please join me in welcoming her once again with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Chandra, Mr. Khandelwal, all the distinguished guests who have come here, members of the various industries which are represented here, members of NetProfan, if they are here. Thank you so much for having me here. I was just telling Mr. Chandra that he's so beautifully, laid the context for today, and there's not much that I really have to add. As industry, there is so much that can be done, and I'm sure a lot of you have already started on your R&D. The most critical thing which we really need to think about is, once a produce has come from the agriculture sector, that means it's left the farm, how much are we really adding to the nutritive value? How much are we saving the nutritive value so that it's not lost? How much are we actually saving the produce so that it's not lost? So one is, of course, the food loss, food wastage issue that comes. The other is the nutritional aspect. In processing, some amount of loss is there. How can we conserve it? Second, the products that we are making, how can we maybe add naturally grown products which are available but have not been tapped about? So like all of you know, the year 2023 is the International Year of Millets. And my request is, if there are people who are from the processing industry who are working with millets or who are working with processed food, can think of options in which they are using millets. A lot of indigenous food is available in the country. Unfortunately, our farmers have stopped producing it, or they don't find a viable market. Now, many times it could happen because of lack of knowledge, like was very rightly pointed out, that we don't know what kind of indigenous foods are popular. Many times we stick to particular foods which are already popular and we just trying to improvise on them. If we can come out with products which are nutritionally already very, very rich, and something which traditionally people have been using or consuming but have stopped, and those can be revived, that is something that I would request the association at this particular point of time to take up. One more thing that I wanted to talk about was on fortification. I would request, just the way Mr. Chandra said that, you know, he's now a strong believer in this, I would request each one of you to actually, if you have any doubts, to reach out to us or talk to your colleagues in this industry who are already, you know, believers in fortification. There will be a lot of naysayers, there'll be a lot of debates about over-fortification, toxicity levels, how is it going to reach people. That is something that is just there because in any kind of a discussion we have, there will be always those who will support and those who won't. But we need to see what is it that we are doing which benefits whom. If it is reaching out to the person who is not having the advantage of getting nutritious food. So one is, of course, food security. The other is nutrition. That is something that we need to think about. Now, for those who are making fortified rice kernels or premixes, the biggest, I think, responsibility comes in the quality that is, you know, put into making the premix, because that becomes the base which is going into the cereal, which then becomes the fortified food, and ultimately a consumer is having. So if I'm having fortified rice and the premix is not of a certain standard, if not of a certain quality, I will not get the benefit of the nutrients which have been added. If at the second stage, the miller is adding a fortificant in the rice and it is not blended well, or it is not stored properly, and I am consuming it, I don't get the benefits. As a consumer, if I do not have proper information, and I think that these fortified rice kernels, I'm not even aware what these fortified rice kernels are, and for whatever reason, I remove them from the rice and then have it, I don't get the benefit. So a lot of IC needs to be done, a lot of awareness needs to be created, and in this, we all need to work together. So nutritional security is not something that I would say just lies with the industry or just lies with the government. It's a stakeholder engagement that we have to do with the consumers, with various levels of people who are engaged in the production process. As far as I mean, my representation which comes from the FSSAI, I would just like to leave with a, with a last thought is, in FSSAI we have laid down certain standards for products. Now, in case any industry member or any food business operator comes out with a product which is totally new, which is not as per the standard, it is not that FSSAI does not recognize it. All you have to do is get a product approval, or you can move into a proprietary food. The whole purpose is to encourage R&D, to encourage new kinds of foods. It is never to stop it. So sometimes I do find this, grievance that people have that, we are not allowed to do these things. That is not true. So I would like to leave with this thought that together we can all, as a regulator, as an industry, as members of the scientific community, as consumers, from NGOs or any other part of society where we want to bring about a change, we can all collectively do it if we continue to have such kind of discussions. So I would once more like to thank the organization, ASSOCHAM, for beautifully conducting this session. I have in fact been a part of ASSOCHAM meetings on so many occasions, and I'm so delighted that every time I'm called in a different role, as part of FSSAI, but a different topic, which just shows how many different, subjects that you are constantly dealing with. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Sharma, for talking to us. And it is indeed an honor and privilege for all of us here at ASSOCHAM to have you at our program. And it's time for us to now release the knowledge report. And I'll request Ms. Sharma and our dignitaries to kindly unveil this report officially. The knowledge report, ladies and gentlemen. Now presenting to you the knowledge report on achieving nutritional security through agri-nutri-food value chain. And with that, it's time for me to now invite Mr. Akshat Khandelwal, founder and CEO, New Flower Foods and Nutrition Private Limited, to talk to us about the defining nutrition scenario in India. A very special address. Please welcome him all.
Good morning, everyone, and hello. I should like to, first of all, obviously begin by thanking ASSOCHAM for organizing this seminar. I think such seminars are extremely important, where the private sector, the government, academia, and non-profits can all come together and discuss solutions. I would also, of course, like to welcome a very special guest from FSSAI and LT Foods. It's a real pleasure to share the podium with you. Now, I have been asked to present the nutrition scenario in India, but before that, I would like to look at how the state of the world is. When we look at the world today, we see that India is an island of stability in a sea of uncertainty. Rich countries are facing recession and inflation at a rate they haven't seen for over 50 years, and more than a few poor countries face bankruptcy or outright famine. But we here in India, our economic promise continues unabated. Our GDP is slated to grow at more than 7.5% this year. We are friends with all nations, and we remain steadfastly independent, and we've remained defiantly non-aligned in the war in Ukraine. So why is it, when all these things are going good for us, why is it that the state of our nutrition is not up to the mark right now? And I say this because today, India's population faces acute threats from practically the entire spectrum of non-communicable diseases. So on one end of the spectrum, a lot of India continues to be undernourished. If the National Family Health Survey 5 is to be believed, then at least a third of our children are malnourished. Almost 10% of them, amounting to almost 1 crore, are severely wasted or severely acute malnourished. And this, as we all know, is serious because SAM is a life-threatening problem. It is the central reason behind India's high under-5 mortality. Now, at the other end of the spectrum, the urban populations and middle classes are plagued with the trifecta of metabolic disorders: diabetes, obesity, and cardiovascular problems. We are already on our way to being the diabetic capital of the world. I think we have over 70 million cases in the last count. Obesity, too, is on an aggressive ascent, with the National Family Health Survey reporting about 30% of urban adults overweight or obese. And some experts suggest that cardiovascular problems lead to 1/4 of all deaths in India. Now, I'm putting the focus on these kind of disorders and non-communicable diseases for the simple reason that the solution to these diseases rests largely on good nutrition more than anything else. You can't cure your way out of obesity. You can't cure your way out of malnutrition. You need good nutrition, and you need to eat right. So what should we be doing? Now, I don't pretend to have all the answers, and in fact, I would go on to say that a lot of people in this room are far more qualified than I am to answer this, but my experience in nutrition, food technology, and in the industry has led me to 3 areas which I believe that we as a country should be looking at. I think the first thing we should be doing is getting the macronutrient mix right. I think the Achilles heel in the Indian diet is that our macronutrient mix sometimes goes haywire. Our diets are too stuffed with carbohydrates and sugar, and there are too little fats and proteins. Now, whether it is the parathas, pohas, or the cereals that we eat in the morning, or the rotis and aloo ki sabjis that we eat for lunch or dinner. Now, a diet such as this does not bode well for a person's metabolic disorder, metabolic health. If 60% or more of your calories are coming from carbs or sugar, then inevitably the insulin in your body will drive the spike in glucose towards fat storage. Or if you're diabetic, the high glycemic load tends to be a mortal threat to you because of the insulin resistance in your body. So we must encourage diet diversification. I think the National Millets Mission, which also has been supported greatly by the FSSAI and many segments of the government, is an extremely encouraging movement in this respect, as it represents diversification away from the standard cereals and rice, both of which in their processed form are very high in carbohydrates. But I think as a country, we need to be more open towards ingredients and categories such as meats, legumes, oilseeds, nuts, all the foods that are rich in protein and fat. My own company, New Flour Foods, which I founded about 7 years ago, has dedicated its entire life and its entire manufacturing acumen towards developing products that base their effectiveness on high protein and high fat content. So we manufacture lipid-based supplements that treat severe acute malnutrition, and right now, products such as ours are playing central role in resolving problems of famine that have gripped parts of Middle East and Africa. The second area I believe we should look at is intensify the micronutrient fortification drives. And in this case, I do believe that our government has done a fabulous work over the past few years. But more needs to be done, as we know that around 50% of women in India continue to be anemic. And I hope very soon, most staples consumed in India, whether they be rice, whether they be wheat, whether they be milk or edible oil, end up thoroughly fortified with key micronutrients. Of course, as Ms. Sharma very rightly said, the quality control angle in this remains extremely important. And the last area that I would highlight is the importance of public-private partnerships, particularly the ones highlighted by ASSOCHAM. We must continue to have forums like these where each segment of the civil society, whether it's the private sector, the non-profits, the academia, the government, can put its best foot forward. The non-profits and the academia, they tend to help us with objective setting, the government tends to get the scale in, and the private sector can simply get the job done. And to that end, I would, in fact, talk about my very recent experience in New Flour, where we've joined a forum, an initiative led by ASSOCHAM, this very council, the Food Processing Council, which is called Forum Against Malnutrition. And the whole point of the forum is to get all stakeholders from all sorts of backgrounds and gear them towards a solution. We need more such bodies to exist. And with that, I hope I have lit a spark that will lead to a lot of ideas that all of us would be discussing over the seminars and the networking sessions that we have today. And I hope we can come up with useful solutions and ideas for our people and our country. And I wish you all a great day ahead. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us and sharing with us your thoughts and perspective, Mr. Khandelwal. And with that, we wrap up this session. I'll request Mr. Vivek Chandra to give the concluding remarks and propose a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Akshat. Great points. You spoke about the role of nutrition. You spoke about managing macronutrients and managing diet for managing issues like diabetes, etc. I like what you said about they can't be cured. They must be managed with diet. And thank you, Ms. Sharma. I think you've really posed for us 4 challenges. The first, about how we protect and preserve the nutritional content of produce that comes from the farm across the chain as we process it, as we transport it. I think one of the biggest points that you touched within that was about eliminating food wastage. When we know that 30% of food is actually wasted, just preserving that is going to be so critical for food security. The second challenge that you posed was about how do we start bringing back traditionally, nutritionally rich foods into our current diets. And millets, in the International Year of the Millets, next year really is a call for action in that. The third is, I think you posed the challenge as well as you urged us to move beyond debate to action on fortification and action about learning that who is it meant for to do what. And if there is ever any doubt in that, then to either contact the knowledge centers which are there in FSSAI or what is available. And the last one, I think, just really needs emphasizing. When we are giving FRKs or fortified rice, it is a social responsibility on whoever is supplying that to be honest with it. It's just very, very important. It's not about testing, it's not about labs, it's about honesty. Because what it is going for, you can't cheat on that. So, as she said, nutritional security is a multi-stakeholder responsibility, and we should all work collectively. And really thank you for all of those insights and challenges. And with this, we now move to the next part of the program. And once again, welcome, and so happy to see you all here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chandra. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very glad to have with us now Ms. Ishi Khosla, nutritionist and founder, Whole Foods. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. And if you'd like to take a few minutes, I'll request her to now speak to all of us. Please welcome her.
A very good morning to everybody. Thank you, ASSOCHAM, for having me here to speak on nutrition, food security, and agriculture. A subject which matters to us not only today, but also will impact the future generations. The gravity of the matter, in fact, has only grown with the pandemic. At the outset, I would like to define food security. Food security refers to ensuring adequate food supply to people, especially those who are deprived of basic nutrition. Food security has been a major concern in India. Paradoxically, according to some reports, India seems self-sufficient in the production of major food commodities, yet the problem of hunger and food insecurity are grave in India because of several factors. India bears one of the highest burden of malnutrition globally, especially among children. Malnutrition is a predominant cause for child deaths under 5 years, and approximately 25% kids under 5 years are still stunted in India, and these statistics haven't changed in the last 5 decades. Women, too, bear a disproportionate burden of malnutrition, with more than 50% of women in the reproductive years in India being anemic. And again, the stats haven't really changed dramatically. Malnutrition is mostly thought to be a problem of hunger and food insecurity. However, I think there is so much more to it. The fact is that it is a multifaceted issue and with several underlying factors. I'd like to highlight 2 of very interesting paradoxes. One, hidden hunger, with severe micronutrient malnutrition among the higher socioeconomic population who have no food insecurity, and is causing what we call the double burden of malnutrition in India. The second is a South Asian enigma. While poverty and wealth inequality are often identified as major causes of food insecurity, they appear to play a less of a role in South Asia, where economic growth and poverty reduction have not significantly improved South Asian nutrition as they have in sub-Saharan Africa. South Asia has the highest rates of malnutrition and largest number of undernourished children in the world. Poverty is often cited as the underlying cause of child malnutrition, and though South Asia has recently experienced impressive economic growth and reduced poverty, this has not translated into improved nutrition. As a matter of fact, the region fares far worse than any developing region, including sub-Saharan Africa, with rates of malnutrition in South Asia being 45% versus 28% in that region. This puzzle is known as the South Asian enigma. Poorer countries such as Ethiopia, which are on a per capita basis much poorer than India, have lower levels of malnutrition. Such a paradox. Despite India's fast economic growth and poverty reduction over the past few decades, food insecurity remains very high, and the indicators of food insecurity, especially child undernourishment rates, are low, are now actually worse than in Ethiopia. This is despite the fact that Ethiopia has only a quarter of India's per capita income and has suffered many famines in the 20th century. In fact, food security policies in India are actually very generous and ensure that the poorest members of society receive enough food to survive. Those policies are, however, focused on calorie availability and have failed to promote the level of dietary diversity necessary to avoid malnutrition. Clearly, there are gaps, and current approaches are not working. Recently, Honorable Prime Minister has rightly emphasized the importance of millets to raise the nutrition quotient of Indian diets, address malnutrition, the burden of chronic diseases among Indians, and also to promote the environment and diversity. And millets actually are highly nutritious, hypoallergenic traditional grains. One key feature of millets is that it enhances nutrient absorption. This is an important aspect of millets, and their introduction in Indian diets can be path-breaking to eradicate hidden hunger and the colossal burden of malnutrition in India. Malabsorption of iron, vitamin B12, and other nutrients is one of the root causes, I say it again, malabsorption of vitamins and nutrients, including iron, B12, protein, is one of the root causes of the underlying nutritional deficiencies in our population. One of the main reasons for the failure of several nutrition programs and colossal amounts of money being spent to eradicate anemia and PEM is that wheat-related disorders and gut health and the microbiome have been overlooked, all of which are associated with malabsorption. Changing staples can be a game changer in changing the health of our population. I'm going to give you an example here from Ethiopia. Teff is the staple food of Ethiopians, like wheat. And teff actually has half the iron content as compared to wheat. Yet Ethiopians have a lower prevalence of anemia compared with Indian population. Clearly, there are benefits in millet consumption, and teff is what we call a small millet, little millet. The spotlight on millets also comes in the wake of increase in food allergies and increased diagnosis of wheat and gluten sensitivity among the public, all of which are associated with malnutrition and anemia. Their use as alternative grains is also growing rapidly in the food industry, and that's not surprising. Replacing wheat and corn with millets in government programs and millet midday meals can surely alleviate not only malnutrition and stunting, but anemia and diarrhea among children in India, which are the key public health problems India is faced with: iron deficiency, anemia, malnutrition, and diarrhea. Thanks to our Prime Minister, his efforts, and the UN declaration of 2023 as the year of millets, the traditions of eating these forgotten grains should be revived, and millets must reoccupy their rightful place in our diets. It will require consumers, food manufacturers, and other stakeholders to come together to bring millets back to our kitchens. There is a need to spark conversations, change attitudes about nutrition, revisit current guidelines, and addressing root causes of malnutrition is critical. Such meetings are really a step in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khosla, for that very comprehensive address. Thank you once again for joining us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll once again take a very short break for tea and come back for our next session on importance of public-private partnerships on combating malnutrition in just some time from now. Please join us for a cup of tea. Thank you. Begin our next session in just a few moments from now. The session chairperson, Ms. Urvashi Prasad, will be joining us any moment. She's on her way, and as soon as she's here, we'll begin the session. Thank you for joining us back in time. Just bear with us for another few minutes, and we'll start the session. Thank you. Of public-private partnerships in combating malnutrition, and we are now being joined by the session chair, Ms. Urvashi Prasad, Director, Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office, Niti Aayog. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. We also have with us Dr. Smriti Pahwa, Senior Consultant, Public Health and Nutrition and lead Forum Against Malnutrition from ASSOCHAM. Requesting Dr. Pahwa to join us on the dais. Dr. Bhavna Sharma, India Head Nutrition Science Division at ITC Limited. Dr. Krishna Sanigrahi, Associate Director, Health and Nutrition, Grameen Foundation, India. And Ms. Reema Chugh, Program Policy Officer, Food Fortification with the World Food Programme. Let's all welcome these ladies with a round of applause, everyone. Thank you. I'll hand it over to Ms. Prasad to take it forward from here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Really a pleasure to be here and moderating this session. So we have a very important topic today, which is combating malnutrition through public-private partnerships. And I think this is really the key, because when we talk of malnutrition, we have challenges both on the supply side and the demand side. On the supply side, we need to ensure that we get as much as possible nutritious food options to the population. And there the government has a big role to play, but so does the private sector. And then equally on the demand side, how do we change behaviors? How do we encourage people to adopt more nutritious food choices within their means, what is affordable to them, what is accessible to them. There again, you know, governments have a big role in awareness creation, in behavior change, but again, the private sector also has a big role to play. And when we mean private sector, you know, it's not just corporates or private companies, but civil society as well, you know, has a very big role. So we'll be talking about these partnerships in this session today, and we have a really esteemed panel with us today. So I'll just request each of the panelists to share their remarks, and then at the end we'll have an open house so you can share your questions or your comments with the panelists. So to begin with, I'll request Dr. Smriti Pava to please share her opening remarks, and if I could request the speakers to limit their remarks to 5 to 7 minutes to begin with, and so that we can have more time for discussion. So over to you, Dr. Pava, and would request you to set the context for this panel.
Thank you, Ma'am Chairperson. Good morning to you all. Ma'am Chairperson, if you allow to keep my address 5 to 7 minutes, I've put in a couple of slides. Can I use them? Thank you. Hi, a very good morning to you all. So, you know, since morning, there have been a few keywords that have resounded here. Togetherness, obviously partnerships, nutrition security, malnutrition, obviously, and the multi-sectoral, the multifaceted nature of the problem, and the multi-sectoral effort that is needed today. So as the quote goes, and I chose this quote to open the discussion, that really together we can do so much more. So, you know, in last 20 years, as I worked on partnerships for nutrition impact opportunities, worked with diverse stakeholders, program, policy, academia, research, CSO, CSRs, and more. I'm sure we all, and I do value the value add that partnerships bring, but I'm also sure, at least I do see the complexity also that is involved when we talk about partnerships. In my experience, I have emerged to be a believer in something of a mindset that I call an MOC mindset, which is missed opportunities cognizant mindset, which is to say that while each one of us are focusing on our goals and our missions, if we are cognizant that the landscape that we are dealing with is too vast and nuanced, too much to be tackled by any one stakeholder alone. So this cognizance basically kind of helps in forging the partnerships which work better and kind of take away the complexity. So, and in all of this, I think it also, my learning has been that how attentively are you looking at the landscape? So like Muhammad Yunus says, and this is my favorite quote of his, the worm's eye view and the bird's eye view, and you should be, no matter where you are, you should be kind of oscillating between these two views of what difference we are making and what, you know, from a bird's eye view to what the landscape looks like. I've shared case studies on this mindset and forging partnerships in my book, where basically how these cumulative investments that can be made, that are made, if they are made, they can really work wonders in expanding the ROIs, and especially for nutrition. I have a doctorate in nutrition, so nutrition comes naturally to me, but from the management education and education that I've had, I've put these, as I reflected on last 20 years, I've put these case studies here in my book. And moving forward, I'm so grateful to have had this opportunity to engage with this very recent and new initiative at ASSOCHAM, which is FAM, Forum Against Malnutrition, which is basically to bring stakeholders together to look at the landscape of malnutrition attentively, together so that new partnerships can be formed and we can make progress. So today I'll take a couple of slides to share with you all that we have been doing, and the vision behind FAM. It is fairly recent that this initiative was kind of conceptualized. But before I do that, let's get into a quick exercise to kind of see how attentive we are today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a 30-second video. And in this video, you'll see two teams. One is wearing a black jersey and one is wearing a white jersey. And if they can, so they are basically passing the ball. So what you have to do is just look at the 30-second video and just focus, concentrate, and see how many times the team wearing white jerseys pass the ball. Yeah? 30 seconds. So if you have seen the video, please bear with me. This is 30 seconds. If you have not, please, and then don't prompt the answers to other people. So you have to count how many times people, girls in the white jersey are passing the ball. Ready? My panelists, can you also see? Good. All right. Here we go. Show of hands, how many of you got the answer correct? 16? Plus minus 10%, plus minus 2? How many of you? Show of hands? Okay, great. So let me ask you, on the basis of this video only, another question. What else did you see? Did one of you see any of these three things that were happening in the video? Show of hands? Okay. Wow, okay. So how many of you saw all three? One or more? So somebody saw a gorilla, somebody saw one of the three? Some people did see it. Okay. So let me just rewind and kind of, I couldn't see anything the first time I saw the video. And let me just rewind and let's see, you can see the changes that are mentioned here. So rewinding it, the color of the curtains is red. Gorilla, Mr. Gorilla walks in, and the color changes, the player has left. Now there are two players with black jerseys, right? So obviously when we are looking, so if you've when you're counting the number of passes, you tend to miss the other things that are happening, and obviously if you've seen the video and you know the gorilla is going to come, actually I had seen the video earlier, so I did miss the other things that are happening. So the point I'm trying to make here is that while each one of us are focusing on our mission, our project objectives, our company goals or mandates, there are things that are happening in the entire landscape. And in the morning, our industry partner and the chairperson, they did mention the nuances of malnutrition. And I'm sure our panelists and all during the day, we are all going to get educated on the statistics on malnutrition. But I found this resource very interesting and very comprehensive, the Portion resource, and I culled out these two kind of snippets from there. Now, if you see, these are trends, and these are the latest NFHS 5 data is included here. Now, if you see, while we are making kind of progress in some forms, but the extreme ends of the spectrum, severe acute malnutrition was mentioned in the morning, also the obesity, overweight. NFHS 5 has shown 16 states are showing an increasing trend in obesity and overweight. Our kids, 110, CNN has showed kids, 1/10 of them are pre-diabetic. They don't move enough. The WHO report, which has Indian data, has showed. So what I'm trying to say is malnutrition as we know it and as we have been seeing it is evolving, and it is getting these other dimensions. So it is very important that we look at the spectrum of malnutrition and look at the dimensions that are taking shape, and actually we are basically fighting a battle at various ends. So now that I have kind of shared with you the nuances or the dimensions, contours of the metaphorical gorilla, which is malnutrition, our common enemy that I'm sure all of us are here and listening to be able to fight, I am pleased to share with you this a little bit about this new forum that has been conceptualized. A couple months ago, there was a round table with industry partners that ASSOCHAM had organized, wherein it was really to bring together the industry to ideate and to kind of have some solutions towards malnutrition as a whole, as an industry body together. As a responsible industry conglomerate, it was a step, it was a discussion, and at that forum, this idea of forum against malnutrition was conceptualized. And it was agreed in principle that we should be working together, and we might have opportunities when we come together, opportunities to impact. And the next couple slides are going to I want to share with you where we are after deliberations, what we have kind of organized this, at least the intention of the effort is FAM should look at malnutrition in terms of undernutrition, which is obviously underweight stunting, but also the extreme end, which is severe form of malnutrition, SAM, MAM. Hidden hunger, it was mentioned in the morning. Of course, micronutrient malnutrition is one focused thematic area, and obesity, diabetes, the NCDs is another. So these are the 3 bucket areas that FAM has been organized into. In terms of streamlining the action, what we've kind of aligned on is what I like to call 4 Ps, which is FAM to work for policy advocacy, forging partnerships, all sorts of partnerships. While FAM might be effort of ASSOCHAM and kind of members of ASSOCHAM are basically supporting FAM, but really partnerships and are at the core aspiration of FAM, because everybody knows you can't do it alone, right? Product development, yes, with the huge industry and food processing industry backing FAM, and also very important, Ms. Inoshi also mentioned in the morning, education, community education, awareness, so the promotion programs are there. I'll leave you with, this is what the vision is basically. The vision is progress, and progress towards malnutrition. So whether it is in the form of sound policy, wherever it is required, but it has to be research-based evidence, the opportunities to come together, how to free up funds, and how to have those financial models which can become viable so that the theory can come into practice and can take shape and actually action on ground. And basically bringing rigor into whatever is done, not just random pilots, but prevention as well as treatment, and a rigor into whatever is done. Education, I already mentioned, debunking the myths, educating the ecosystem, really bringing the spotlight to malnutrition, and all of this with the vision, again, like I said, not just small random pilots, although I do not minimalize the importance of those, because you do need proof of concepts, but really streamlining it towards systems change. So this is my last slide, and really today at this forum, I really hope, and I'm really thankful to Ma'am Chairperson for inviting me to set the context and opening this first panel here, so that looking forward to the deliberations and sincerely hope that today's sessions and many more to come are point of start really for ideating, for coming together, designing innovations for impact, so that we have efficient, effective solutions really to annihilate malnutrition. That is why we've kind of named it Forum Against Malnutrition. And the sincere hope is that all of us, if we become cognizant of the gaps and the strengths obviously that we all have, there are no really missed opportunities for impact. Because I truly believe, and I think I've been always talking about this, that even a single missed opportunity for impact and nutrition impact is, I think, one opportunity, one too many. So with that, I hand it over to you, Ma'am Chairperson. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pava, for setting that context very nicely. And I think several points, that I took away from your presentation. One, of course, as we say, we are facing this triple burden of malnutrition. We have undernutrition, we have malnutrition related to micronutrient deficiencies, and then we have overweight, obesity. So we really have a big challenge, on our hands in that sense. And again, you emphasized partnerships. I think in the post-COVID era, they become even more important because, we've all gone through the COVID pandemic where, it is expected that perhaps our malnutrition challenges have been exacerbated. The pandemic has made it worse in many ways. So I think that, makes partnerships and the role of partnerships even more important, that whole context. And I think the intersectorality, which you also touched upon, education, it's a very intersectoral area. When you're addressing malnutrition, you have to look at health, education, gender. I'm very happy that we have an all-women panel here today, because women do get disproportionately affected by many of the malnutrition challenges. So I think we have to also look at it in an intersectoral fashion. We have to think about drinking water, sanitation. All of these sectors have a role to play when it comes to combating malnutrition, and the government and the private sector in all these areas has a role to play. So I think that context was very important. Thank you very much. I'll now invite Dr. Bhavna Sharma to share your views, please. Yeah.
Hi everyone. I'm Dr. Bhavna. I head the Nutrition Science and the CSR vertical for ITC, the Foods Division. I think the context since the morning has been set for all of us, right? I'm sure abhi tak hum sabko pata hoga ki hum yahan kyun baithe hain, right? And we should also know ki what is our role in actually making a change. Maybe a lot of us come from a background which are diverse from each other, right? Somebody's coming from the private, somebody's coming from the public, somebody's coming from the government. But end of the day, if you notice, we are all talking about one topic. So that means koi to ek cheez hai jo hum sabke liye common hai is room mein, for all of us, right? I only believe in one thing. Nobody can do everything, but we all can do something that can make a change. That is fixed. See, I'll take just few slides little quickly because some of them have already been done, shared, so I don't want to spend too much time. Because there's a lot of onus on me for two things. One, to also showcase that how these partnerships actually happen. Actually, hota kaise hai? Partnership, when we keep talking about public-private, kya hota hai? Kaise karte hain? Uske kitne tarike hote hain? Does it actually work? And maybe show you some examples. Right now from my organization, but I'm very sure all responsible organizations work in a similar manner. Because end of the day, when you actually do a deep dive, it starts from an ethos and a vision for the country, for the state, for the organizations in that state, and then to a department head, and then to an individual. They're all connected. Nobody's separate. So if you see, we are going through massive changes, right? There's a population burden. There's awareness also. We all sitting here, we belong to some sector, some group, some industry, but we are also consumers. हम घर जाते हैं, जो चीज़ हम बनाते हैं, वो खरीदते भी हैं, चाहे हमने बनाई हो, किसी और ने बनाई हो. हम खाते भी हैं, हम उसके बारे में पढ़ते भी हैं, उसके बारे में बात भी करते हैं. उसके बाद भी हमारे दिमाग में बहुत सारे डाउट्स रहते हैं. अच्छा है, बुरा है, करना चाहिए, नहीं करना चाहिए. This is very normal and very common. But the same thing is happening at multi levels. And I think as Smriti was putting very beautifully, kabhi-kabhi kya hota hai, when it has a cumulative effect and they all join together, it becomes a big gap. So big that it gets difficult to fill it. That is why being together is essential. We have lots of data today. In fact, I think I've been part of this working groups and committees for almost 18 to 20 years now. I think 10 years back, I would have said कि हमारे पास data नहीं है. I think that used to be one of the hot topics. Today, we have so much data that nobody can say what is the situation. On the left side, you see different kind of data sets. In the middle, you see different kind of problems. And you see the impact of it as well. If you actually see, and I draw a cartogram here, which is not an actual representation, but if you actually see, it is the shape of a country is put together, the burden it bears, right? So overnutrition, India is a fat country. Undernutrition, India is even fatter, as you see the proportion of it. Very simply put. And today, when we talk about food and nutrition, nobody can say, I will give you a solution which is not sustainable, right? Today, we don't know whether the pandemic is going to happen first, the earth is going to become super hot, is it going to be flooded? The kind of solutions we are thinking today, is it actually even going to work after 10 years or not? Because of sustainability. Today, the solutions have to be affordable, accessible, and sustainable. Don't worry, there's too much data on this slide. The only thing I want to show you is how it is connected. Because to do anything, आप एक problem देखते हो, उसको solve करने की कोशिश करते हो, उसके बाद कोई action लेते हो. पर उसको समझना भी तो ज़रूरी है that how it is connected to all of us in this room. So there is data which is coming from national. We all know that we have very, very solid targets given by the UN SDG for 2030. Every country has targets. हमारे पास भी हैं. और वो targets हर state को भी मिले हुए हैं. How do you actually see this? This is the graph which shows, and we've been talking about anemia, which is still such a big problem. If you see, the blue graph, the blue line in the graph shows the latest data for different heads, whether it's under 5. So I'll just give one example, ताकि just समझाने के लिए. Focus on under 5 children. The blue data shows how anemia has actually gone up as compared to the previous data. The SDG goal number 2, which is what we have to achieve as a country, all of us together, the target is 1% or 2%. और हम कहाँ बैठे हैं? Almost close to 70. You really believe that one person can do this? One organization? No. All of us, whether small, whether big, individual, company, we have to meet these targets for ourselves, for our families, for our organizations, for our state, and for the nation. Similar, I'll not go into the details, but the similar mapping you can actually see for other things. Under 5 malnutrition we talked about. The same targets. The targets are so strict. And look where we are. We are progressing. Of course we are. But to reach there, we all have to work together. And the similar is the situation when it comes to the overside of it. So like I said, we can't just focus on one thing today, because there is a possibility, and I won't take some examples, could be controversial though, but there were some solutions that were actually given for management of vitamin A maybe 15 years back. Today, the same solutions can be put as HFSS, right? So we have to evolve in science. If you actually see our country has also evolved. Almost 3-4 decades back, when things started, it was a very simple thing. And if you see the journey today, we've evolved to a very, very robust thinking and planning in the country. What does it show? It shows we are on the track, we are thinking together, we're trying to make it happen. And as Madam Chair was also there in the morning, and here as well, the regulatory scenario is also changing at the same time. I am here also given the responsibility to show, from a private organization perspective, we have to follow the rules, the regulations, do the right thing, make a solution that works, and in the end, benefits the community. So we have to make sure that we are aware of them to begin with. उसको implement कैसे करना है, उसको use कितना करना है, उसके बारे में बात कितनी करनी है, कितना समझना है, that is also on us. On the other side, because, like I said, I'm coming from the private organization, there's a very big thing. End of the day, abhi tea time tha, I was noticing, 70% of the people were near one particular food counter. चाहे कोई भी बात कर ले, because क्या होता है, जैसे खाना सामने आता है, even if I give you a thali, everybody will pick up something different. अपने मन का. We want to eat what we like first, सबसे पहले. So what happens is, while we have solutions which have to be made, they also have to be in line what the consumer wants, right? Because they have choices. You cannot force food. You can prescribe medicine, you can guide supplements, but you have to provide food in a way that it gets accepted good enough that it can make an impact later. And there are trends and everything which everybody has to follow. And hence what happens is, some solutions work wonderful because they're as per the regulation, they're as per the need, and they're as per what the consumer wants. And some of them are not able to work out on that matter. So what sees, as in a holistic manner, there are some gaps which are still there, and we all need to work together. I'm just putting just few of them, right? There's a climate change which is happening. Why is climate change important here? It is important because the kind of crop that you're going to grow or tell a farmer to grow is going to impact the quality of the produce. That's what you're going to use to make raw material, as turn into a raw material, a final product, uska quality, uski bioavailability, uska utilization. They're all connected today. And it's changing so fast. The political scenario, right? The multi-stakeholder alignment issue. So all of them are there. But together, when we see, there is a massive and a direct role for all of us. All of us. And I think you did touch upon that point. There's policy, there are products, there's processes, and there's profession in terms of support and working together. No one probably can do all, but a lot of us are sitting in more than one vectors, right? And how does it actually work? Like I was saying, practically kaise hota hai? Okay, you've thought of something. How do you actually work it out practically when you are, in an industry or even I think for a lot of groups? And from my own personal experience, I have 3 ways, and I'm sure you all will have. So I also request and encourage you all to find your own 3 ways at individual or a company level. What are those 3 ways? Marketing business, you'll have to make products, there is business involved. It can be done the right way as well. The second are sustainability initiatives. These are those initiatives which can help you directly link your work and the outcome with the UN 2030 SDG goals, right? There are 17 of them. 16 of them are quantitative, the last one is qualitative. And all of them have clear sub-targets, like I was showing you. Just go, it's all available. Map your thinking and your policy in alignment to that. And the third one is the CSR. That's also available. The projects that probably may not, fall because they have a, conflict of interest and things like that, but you want to serve the community. There is a whole world of CSR initiatives that is open for you to collaborate. And I can tell you from my personal experience, if you try, there are enough people, good groups, communities that come together, whether it's government support, whether it's regulatory, whether it's, not-for-profit groups, we all come together. And I'll just show you quick 1 or 2 examples from my own organization, of course, like I said, because I'm representing one company. But like I said, all responsible companies will have their own examples, right? So for example, in my organization, because we are very, very strongly connected with the farmers at the back end, there is partnerships, with the government. If you see, with the social and relationship capital that we build over a period of time, there are almost 6 million sustainable livelihoods that have been generated through various works. What does it basically simply mean? It means if you empower your farmer, you empower the agro-food value chain, your product quality, availability also goes up. That's one way to do it. The other ways, when you do it in these value chains, we were talking about the quality issues, you can actually make a much robust quality chain for the RMs at the back end, right? Which can be validated at the highest quality levels. What does it show? It shows, again, various platforms, groups, organizations are available if you are willing to partner in a transparent, honest way to have a combined goal achievement. We talked about product for the malnutrition part. So like we have the most wonderful initiative of Plus F from FSSAI, which we also follow, and encourage its usage to maximum our potential. There's another level which, Inoshi ma'am was also mentioning in the morning. Nobody is stopping any credible organization to produce products which can be enriched with vital nutrients, which are again made in the right way, solving a consumer need, and at the same time helping in reducing malnutrition. I'm just putting few examples. There are many more from multiple brilliant companies all across and their unique initiatives, right? I was talking about sustainability. I will not go into the details, but the 3 magic words for that are affordable nutrition, where you can have things which can be at least bought by people, right? And can be there. That same affordable product is at least accessible. You know, kai log bolenge accessibility hame nahi pata kaise hoti hai, how do you describe it? Niti Aayog has already given it. Their aspirational districts are the definition for accessibility. And then the planet friendly. Like I said, tomorrow, while we are making solutions today, we have to take care of the planet as well, right? Food loss and waste. You know, I'm not going to go into the details because, you know, I want to be cognizant of the time. I'm just leaving with examples so that nobody says, hame, you know, hame exactly pata nahi ki hum kya kar sakte hain. These are all the examples, you know, which you can just take, you know, be partner to and add to it. Food loss and waste, directly contributing to the zero hunger goal and impacting malnutrition in this country, and managing that food chain in a proper way will help ensure more food and hopefully nutrition. Just giving example from one of the CSR initiatives that we're trying to do under our project Samposhan, which is, you know, encouraging knowledge, education, intervention related to, you know, double fortified salt, which is iron and iodine, right? Going there, talking, making that difference. And like I said, I'm probably repeating myself, I haven't found any difficulty in finding a partner from different places when you approach them in the right intent and an honest outcome for your own country, after all, right? So, like I said, another example, women, you just mentioned women, right? I think end of the day, you know, this is one of the CSR we were doing, which is for women livelihood. You know, women are not even able to come out, you know, when you enable and empower them. You know, it might be livelihood that they can earn their own money, but with the same money, you know what she does? The first thing she spends on is food and health for her own family. So if you empower that woman, the entire family gets better in terms of health. So that is also connected. So that's another route in which you can support management of malnutrition in this country. And like I said, everybody was talking about millets. Next year is the International Year of Millets. You know, we all can contribute in different ways. It's fully described by the FSSAI. What are millets? What is major? What is minor? What is their benefit? You know, it's naturally gluten-free, non-allergenic, it's low glycemic index, it's wonderful for the planet, and it's a short duration crop. 2-3 mahine mein ug jati hai. So it's wonderful for the farmer, right? You know, I don't have to tell, I'm sure everybody is aware of it. It's led completely by the Government of India, and all of us in our capacity should support it. They've even come out with the 7 sutras, which are, you know, chaired by different ministries. You know, so in your own capacity, you can reach out to them, contribute, like I was saying, product, policy, processes, all those things, right? We are doing it. And when you do it, you don't sometimes only do it just, you know, दिखाने के लिए एक tick mark कर देते हैं. You know, just छोटा सा कर देते हैं, case study हो जाएगा, एक award मिल जाएगा, and बात खत्म. You actually integrate it into your core strategic plan, and that's when you realize you're serious about this. Even if you pick one, do it with your intent, do it together with the stakeholders. I'm telling you, you will find the right partners to manage it together. So that's my submission. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think many key takeaways there, but I think sustainability is a really important aspect that came out of your presentation. Climate change is a reality. We've just all gone through a pandemic. You know, we don't know what else are the threats that lie ahead. So we all have a role to play. When we look at food, nutrition is of course one very critical aspect, but sustainability is equally important. So we have to think about our planet. We have to think what each one of us can do to save food, to eat the right kinds of food. So I think there is truly a role for each one of us, and every citizen has a role to play, and I think that was a very important takeaway from this. And I think the other, you know, as you said, that each of us, you know, whatever roles we are performing, we are ultimately working towards a higher goal. And I think we often talk about collective impact and collective impact models, and I think there's no other space in which, you know, there's a bigger example of collective impact than the malnutrition space. So I think whether it's a corporate or whether it's the government or a NGO or just a citizen, you know, if we just do something in our own sphere, we can actually make a big dent to this problem. So I think thank you for that, and several takeaways from that. I'll now request Dr. Krishna Sanigrahi for your views, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I am extremely delighted that I am here. And before I start with my presentation, I would like to thank ASSOCHAM for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts and experiences on this pertinent topic. I would like to thank the participants as well, that they are all the way came here and participating in this seminar, national conference, and making this workshop seminar success. I would also like to thank our speaker, and thank you, ma'am, and I think I will be able to justify my time. So before starting with what Grameen is actually doing in the agri-nutri value chain, I would like to share my thought that if any effort to eradicate hunger and malnutrition and achieve food and nutritional security, there are basically 4 key points that we should consider. Ensure that the food systems provide a variety of healthy foods accessible and affordable to all, including the most vulnerable. Food systems should also provide equitable income opportunities and have a neutral and positive impact on the environment. Behavior change communication messages should be based on the best quality evidence available, created and maintained with the involvement of end users, and managed by a documented process to ensure that policies are adhered to and principles achieved. And the 4th and most important part is a strong multi-level partnership between stakeholders, bringing together farmers, government, civil society, and the private sector. So we'll quickly go through what actually Grameen is looking into in agri-nutri value chain. So the Grameen's main aim is to strengthen farmer-producer organizations' capacity to connect smallholder farmers, especially women, to agricultural production and markets and finance in order to improve farmers' income and resilience, using digital technology and data to connect them to sources of extension markets and finance, assistance to FPOs in linking farmers to additional financial products that improve household resilience, economic and nutritional, to COVID-19 and other shocks. So with these 3 aims, Grameen Foundation established 6 strategies. First one is the market enablement and access, means mainstreaming farmers with markets, onboarding institutional market players, value chain traceability and transparency. Then we are also doing capacity building of farmer collectives, like better business decision making, market and investment readiness of the FPOs, scheme convergence and seed funding support, improve smallholder income sustainably. Women is the hardcore beneficiary of Grameen. So in women empowerment, we are actually looking into community mobilization through gender dialogue and systematic integration in government agendas, leveraging technology platform, introducing digital extension services for better crop management and farmer handholding. In nutrition sensitive within this agri value chain, we are trying to safeguard the nutritional value of food crops throughout the food chain, improve access to micronutrient rich food and access to a diverse diet, collaboration with research institutions and private sector led development of nutri-rich and biofortified crops, systematic integration in government agenda. We are also looking into data-based decision making, and we are trying to digitization of farm and farmer data, creating a data-led approach. So with this strategies, with this key 6 strategies, we'll now see that what are some of the key activities that actually Grameen is implementing on ground. So in research, we did landscape assessment, including existing FPO initiatives and standards, cropping patterns, location of FPOs, and linking them potential with local financial service providers, technical service providers, and extension service providers. So we did a very good landscape assessment. Also, we did selected value chains that have the best market potential, are gender responsive, and can support sustainable local and regional food systems, conducted food value chain analysis. Under research, we also conducted project-level women empowerment in agricultural index for value chain WEAI 14 VC research. Capacity assessment of selected FPOs also done, including gender integration using a digital tool. To build rapport building among the FPOs and the community and the market linkages, basically the key two activities we are actually doing on ground. Developed tailored and mutually agreed upon capacity development plans that outline areas to be strengthened as well as priorities for investment by the FPOs, and educate access to capital for strengthening market linkages and sustaining operations. Second one is to, based on agreed upon plans and fostering innovation, FPOs received Catalyst Awards to broad-base their activities, which include demonstrating plots, transport, warehousing, gender mainstreaming priorities, technology investments, etc. Under capacity building of agri-nutrition with gender dialogue throughout the cross-cutting project, enable FPOs to foster women's empowerment in agriculture by facilitating and linking with self-help groups in the same village, conducting gender and power dynamics training with FPO, smallholder farmer households and SHG members, and integrating these into CGPs. There are BCC sessions we are conducting with FPOs and SHGs on generating awareness on the intra-household food distribution, the nutrient composition of the crop, preservation, handling techniques, consumption patterns, and we are also motivating the community to develop kitchen gardens. Introduction and promotion of the usage of women-friendly farm technologies or equipment is also one of our key activity which we are doing in ground to, in terms of women empowerment. Data-based decision making, we are mentoring FPOs on how to use data and purchasing power to negotiate improved prices for FPO members, facilitate application by FPOs to local financing from government schemes and or private FSPs, workshop on data-driven linkages between FSPs and FPOs, support FPOs to migrate to digital payments for crops, especially within the target value chains, support FPOs to improve their data collection and use processes to improve internal decision making for internal accountability and transparency. So out of these strategies, what Grameen is these days doing for the agri-value food chain, the keys we have achieved 6 key outcomes. FPOs have improved their capacity to identify and support the needs of their membership. Women's decision-making power over agricultural incomes, access to finance and market involvement increased. Smallholder farmers, including women, experience improved access to target extension service, market opportunities, and financial services. Smallholder farmers, especially women, diversify and intensify their agricultural production and improve nutritious food consumption, thus making nutrition inclusive at home in the truest sense. Smallholder farmers, especially women, increase their use of broader suite of financial products, services that provides with a safety net during major health and economic shocks. Large buyers and suppliers as well as service providers gain greater confidence to engage with FPOs. So in the coming 5 years plan, Grameen in its app GKC, which is Grameen Kisan Connect, is going to have 1 million farmers profile, farming land data, crop plans, harvest data, and marketplace actors in UP, MP, Maharashtra, and Bihar. Farmers should be able to identify whom to engage, whom to sell, and how much quantities to sell, and can fix the price as well. In Grameen's GLIP app, it's a Grameen's learning resource repository, you can say. In this app, we are going to have fact sheet around specific nutritious crops, nutrition, which includes nutrition processing, especially safety, quality, nutritive value, then preservation, storage, and the preparation of particular crop, food safety and hygiene, food handling and processing techniques. So all these topics will be covered under fact sheets of specific nutritious crops. We are going to continue to bring together farmers, government, civil society, and the private sectors to improve food and nutritional security. So this is the 5-year plan of Grameen in this agri-nutri value chain. There are challenges and yes, suggestions made. So first challenge is to make the market investor and finance ready is a critical challenge. So it's suggested that if nationalized banks should come forward. Second challenge is the development of FPOs is not mainstreamed, especially in aggregation, segregation, integration of production of commodity of the produce. So we need to check that how plethora of access to the community on the FPOs so that they would leverage the best solution for them. Then monoculture farming is also one of the important critical challenge. But yes, definitely we need a strong BCC and use of evidence-based content to generate awareness of dietary diversification. Fourth challenge which Grameen is experienced is the ownership of assets and synergy with the government and stakeholder, especially women stakeholders. Women should be incentivized government's push for investments, such as the setting up of an agri-infrastructure fund that fosters funding for women farmers collectives, self-help groups, and their federations. Then interpretation of data is also a challenge, and easy accessible data-driven technologies should be there. Agriculture nutrition project going parallel in most cases. So this also should be looked upon. Intervention should be designed to recover demand for crops that create value, not only for farmers in return, but also for families, access to nutrition, health, and well-being. Climate change threatens the production of crops again, so advanced technologies for drought, heat, and flood resistance, non-staples, and staple grains should be considered. And thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing the focus on the agri value chain, and I think several other aspects that you spoke about as well, including on the women empowerment side. You spoke about self-help groups, and I think that's a really important platform to catalyze behavior change. I think women are really important in this whole discussion because, you know, of course, as I said, they tend to be disproportionately affected, but I think also, as Dr. Bhavna said, the impact of focusing on women can be disproportionate. You know, you can have an impact on the entire family if you focus on a woman. So I think that whole gender piece in this discussion is really very, very critical. And I think you also spoke about technology and data, and quite rightly, you know, Dr. Bhavna said now we have a lot of data coming in on nutrition. But I think what we need to do, and this is something we are trying to do in our aspirational districts also, is real-time use of that data. You know, how do we, on a real-time basis, make use of that data and improve our decision-making, improve our governance? So I think in that, technology can play a big role, and, you know, we're trying to use technology in the aspirational districts as well to make decisions in real time. So thank you for that. And I'll now invite Ms. Reema Chugh for her views. And Reema and I have been colleagues in Niti Aayog, so it's nice to be on the same panel.
A very good afternoon to everybody, and thank you so much, Urvashi, for that brief intro. I am Reema Chugh, and I am the Program Policy Officer for Food Fortification at the United Nations World Food Programme. I think at the outset, I wish to congratulate ASSOCHAM for conducting this event, and I think it's very relevant and timely when post-COVID we are in a scenario of building back better. Then why not just focus on food security and do a nutrition security, understanding the fact that malnutrition is a problem that we are facing since long. So today I'll be presenting a small case of on rice fortification, which has emerged as an categorical example if we look at the public-private partnership and how it has brought about a change, not only, I would say, across globe, but also a little initiative has been done in India as well to, you know, see a change coming in near future. So just to start with my presentation, I would like to focus on the Sustainable Development Goals. And if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals which have been put forth, there are 17 goals, and one of the important goals, the 17th goal, is talking about partnerships. Now, it's not only a goal in itself, but I think it is one of the factors which underlines the achievement of all the other goals which have been laid under this agenda. Now, this particular goal recognizes, you know, multi-stakeholder partnership as an important element for sustainable development, as well as strengthening implementation of the programs that we have. Now, what they understand is that public-private partnerships are not only an important vehicle to mobilize funds or financial resources for public good, but also it offers an opportunity to bring about, you know, an exchange of expertise, the technology, and also a lot more to do with, you know, fostering innovations. Even if we look back in the history, we have some of the better running nutrition programs that we see. Take the example of the salt iodization program or the vitamin A supplementation program for that matter. We see that these programs have been successful because they have seen, you know, they brought together the government agencies, the NGOs, the policymakers, schools, civil societies, industry, and media all together at one platform to fight for what was a single problem back then. We as WFP are also committed to attain, you know, our nutrition goals, our objectives through partnership as a point to work on. We nurture the public-private partnerships not only through mobilizing funds for the public good, but also building the capacities, transferring knowledge, and definitely fostering innovations. Now, since the theme for today, which has been set for this panel, is combating malnutrition through, public-private partnerships, it's important to have I don't want to give like a very technical lecture on this diagram that you're seeing here. It's a conceptual framework that has been laid by UNICEF way back in 1990s that clearly talks about, what causes malnutrition and what can be the possible manifestations for the same. Now, the causes may be immediate, underlying, basic, but they are also offering us an opportunity as an industry to work, to pick and choose and work and contribute so that we can overcome those challenges. Now, among the manifestations, like we have heard from our previous presenters that, overnutrition, obesity, undernutrition, and micronutrient deficiency are there. Today, through my presentation, I'll be focusing on food fortification as an initiative which has been targeting micronutrient deficiency, and more so the case of rice fortification, which now is currently being seen as a complementary strategy to address a major problem of anemia. Why anemia? Now, very categorically, you can see from this graph, about 50% of the women and also children, the most vulnerable populations that we have in our country, suffer from anemia. Women and children expected, but the cases of anemia among men are also equally relevant. You see, like every 4 out of 10 men are also suffering from anemia. If we look at the losses that iron deficiency anemia can cause, it's equivalent to about 1% of the GDP. When we talk about food fortification as a strategy that can, support the initiative and, bring about a change in the anemia situation, it's highly cost effective because studies have shown that every $1 which has been invested to, to bring about a change in the iron deficiency status using food fortification as a strategy, it brings about $84 in return. Also, in taking the example of India, when we are doing the fortification of rice in the country, it's a highly cost-effective model because it's causing only about 0.73 paisa charge to the government when they're doing the fortification of the rice. Now, rice fortification in India can be seen as a model for a transformational public-private partnership. Why transformational? Because it has seen a highest level of investment from all the multiple stakeholders that are involved, barring the government, which has definitely taken the leadership role in bringing and setting the policies and the standards right. The development agency like ours and many others who have contributed through their small efforts through pilots and doing timely advocacy, evidence generation for the government. And so is the private sector, which has brought together all their investments and resources to bring the supply chain for the fortified rice when we talk about production of fortified kernels or blending for that matter, because on the right where you see that there is a small process we have described for food fortification, and there are two crucial steps to rice fortification. So one being production of FRK, another being blending of these FRK to the milled rice. So both of these processes are the industry-led process. Without these processes, we cannot see the fortified rice coming into the food safety net or the private market, so to say. Now, focusing on WFP efforts towards, bringing a change in this domain. Now, as WFP, we have always believed in, doing a pilot to scale approach, and it's the effect. I would say it is a decade-long effort that has been put into a range of pilots, be it Gajapati, Denkanal, or Varanasi, trying different models, feeding children with fortified meals composed of only iron, trying different multiple micronutrient compositions, and doing the impact assessment, which in turn laid a basic evidence for the government to take the scheme forward. Now, the efforts, though, were mainly directed towards testing the operationalization of the different models, producing the evidence base for the government to have a policy change. But simultaneously, there was a lot of focus on building the capacity of the private sectors. Also, doing a one-on-one training and capacity building of the government stakeholders as well in this domain, so that when we have the final rollout happening, we are full hands on the ground. policy decisions, again, like I said, the government has played a pivotal role and will always play a leadership role when we talk about taking programs to scale. So when we say way back in 2016 and 18, when for the first time the standards for fortified foods were laid, the whole approach was directed to creating a commercial market for fortified foods. The idea was not to just focus on the food safety net, but also look at open markets, so that when we talk about nutrition security, it's not the most vulnerable who are nutritionally insecure. Even today in this hall, people who are sitting, I am not sure, I'm really sure of the fact that we are also not consuming as nutritionally adequate a diet as one should consume. The levels of micronutrient deficiencies are high, and it affects each and everybody at one or the other level. However, in 2019, when for the first time the administrative approval for a pilot scheme was achieved, it created a assured demand for the industry, a demand of about 21.6 lakh metric ton and about 21,600 metric ton for FRK. Now, this was like an attraction for the private sector also to invest in something like this. Though being a social cause, private sector is, we all understand, is governed by little profit margins, and even if they're making big investments into programs like this, they at the end of the day, they want to have some profits coming out of it. This process was not led in isolation, I would say. The government was very concerned and has taken the private sector in the discussions, doing definite consultations with them to bring them on board, understanding their operational issues, and rectifying them and providing solutions as we go forward. And it was an outcome of all these deliberations that in 2022, we see that the government has finally got an administrative approval for a central sector scheme, which is 100% supported by the central government, to supply these fortified rice under all the food safety net programs, giving again a demand assurity about 350 lakh metric ton. When you see, this is like a huge attraction for the market to invest in. Now, while the speculations for a scale up was truly understood way back in 2021 when the Prime Minister announced the scheme, we have seen that the private player have come forward and given their all. If you look at the growth in terms of industry for the FRK, it has been 3 times in terms of what is the demand for the current year with regards to what is our installed capacity if we want to achieve the scale. Even similar thing is happening even at the level of the rice mills, where the blending operations are happening at about 4 times more than what is actually required. It is the the effect of the combined efforts of the development partners, the policy decisions of the government, and also the private sector, that we today are in position to even supply our things to outside world rather than meeting just our own demands. Now, when we talk about impact, the programs is very new to have an impact, what we can see in India as of now, but we do have examples of private-public partnerships happening in other countries, and Costa Rica is one such example through which we can relate to. The process of working was very similar to the way Indian programs have worked. They had a very strong element of these private-public partnerships throughout the process when they did this mandatory food fortification, especially the rice fortification in 2001. And when we compared the studies in 2007, then the results came out, that showed a tremendous reduction in the folate deficiency, the anemia, and also reduction in the neural tube defects and infant mortality rate. Now, similar such results are though expected out of the work that we are doing in India, but at large, what is working for India is definitely the political commitment, the consistent advocacy that the development agencies are doing, the local evidence production, the focus for which we are doing through pilots, the interest in investment from the private sector, the engagement of industry at every step of the decision-making and standard setting, and most of all, the common vision to contribute to the society. I think gone back are those days when we used to say that we need to sensitize the private sector to invest into the social sector. Now is the time when the private sector is sensitized enough. They just need a direction and a vision, and also the support from the government to bring about a change and contribute to the society as a whole. Challenges, I look them as more of an opportunity because there is a limited supply of fortified products in the open market. We see that despite having a standard being in place since 2018, we have only 3 brands as on date which are supplying the fortified rice in the open market. Like I said, anemia is not a problem that needs to be addressed only at the grassroots level. It flows even in the higher income groups as well. So, open market becomes a source if we are not able to reach them through the food safety nets. And again, unlike Costa Rica, rice fortification program in India is voluntary and hence has a limited reach. Thus, even more important for the private industry to focus on the market-driven approach to, reach the scale that Costa Rica has reached through the mandatory fortification. Now, there is a lot of focus on the quantity scale up for FRK in the past now, but there has to be a shift from this quantity to the quality now. And like Mr. Vivek Chandra quoted in the morning session, that whatever we do, whatever product as an industry we are producing, it has to have an honest approach. Obviously, limited lab is a challenge, but that is something also an area where the public sector can be invited to come in and contribute to make it a success. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And yes, rice fortification is an important example of public-private partnership, and it's also, it's an approach that we've known for a long time, that, it's a cost-effective approach to addressing certain types of malnutrition. But the challenge has been rolling it out at scale and doing it with quality and doing it within a reasonable cost, and creating the demand and the behavior change for it, because we've often seen that people are not very, they are skeptical that should we be consuming this rice or not. So I think that has been the challenge that India has faced, going beyond the evidence in terms of the practical implementation, and I think that is where the public and private sectors really need to work together. So before we close the panel and open it out for any discussion from the audience, I'll just ask a quick question to each of the panelists, and that is really, in your experience, what do you think are some of the critical ingredients for ensuring success of a public-private partnership? Because I have also seen in my sphere of working, we talk a lot about public-private partnerships, but often it's very difficult to actually make sure that they succeed or they are implemented at scale. And in a country like India, we need scale for everything. So in your experience, what, and you've already touched upon some of it, but I think if you can just summarize for the audience what you think is, one or two or more critical ingredients, just very briefly, to make sure that these partnerships are actually successful. So we can just start with Dr. Bhavna and we'll just go down.
I think that's a very, very, very important question. And I think I'm just going to really speak it from a very personal point of view. I think the only and the biggest thing that is required is trust. I think, what happens is, well, in my own personal journey, I've been with the government, I've been with private. In private, I've been into food and pharma, Nutra. I think the biggest fear is that we always believe that, I'm not sure if we can actually share the whole thing with the other person because we don't trust it, right? Private companies can think, I don't think I can completely trust it. What if this policy gets used against me only in the future? The service groups can think, private is only about money. Unko sirf paise banane hain. So what happens is, there are a lot of myths, misconceptions, doubts, and when we don't trust each other and we don't talk to each other in an open way, those doubts actually start to become facts, which they never were, probably. And like I said, maybe 15 years back, we did not have too many avenues. Today, if there is a national priority, there is a concern for health, there are enough opportunities for us to work together. Like I shared, there is direct marketing in which you can be honest and open about it. Like, when we were talking about even, managing FRKs, you need a scale up in which the private companies have a role to play, not only in manufacturing, but quality. You can work through CSR. You can be honest about it. Like, you want to understand how PlusF actually works, you can actually take it to a CSR level. You want to understand agro value chain, you can take it under sustainability and climate change. It's all there. We need to trust and we need to be honest about our own outcome. See, that's another thing I want to also leave with the group here. Sometimes we actually say, if your intention is to make money, say it. Then at least you can find the right way to do it. If the intention is public service, along with making money, there is also an avenue there. If the intention is pure public service without any profit, that is also there. Put the intention out, be honest about it, I'm sure it will work. So I think trust is the word that I will go with.
Thanks, Bhavna. I think what I'll add is you chose trust and honesty, and I will put in the key word as respect. I've been, again, from my experience, very often, almost always on tables where a problem, which is a common problem, is being looked at, but it is looked at by a researcher and by the intervention, the last mile worker, by various stakeholders, by government. Now, I would like to, what I've realized is, if we really respect where everybody, and understand and empathize where everybody else is coming from. For a policy maker, there are even if you're looking at the same problem, but the viability, the scalability, the facets that are there are different. For a researcher, it might be different, and then for a frontline worker, it might be different. I'll tell you an example, an analogy. I've been involved in evaluation, so I'm a researcher as I started my career with Indian Council of Medical Research, and in an RCT, the randomized control trial, we had this, and RCTs are hard, right? And so we had these frontline people who were actually delivering the program saying, why it does not make sense to go to this house, but then not the neighboring house. This is not how large-scale interventions work, right? But then I think, so I would kind of put in the keyword of respect and really shed the connotation of win-wins. It is not a bad thing to have win-wins for everybody. So I think if we create an environment of respect and an environment which is open to create win-wins for everybody, as long as we are, looking at to solving the same problem, my motivation might be different, other person's motivation might be different. So again, I think ये Mohammad Yunus साहब का जो quote है वो हर जगह fit हो जाता है and look at the take a worm's eye view, look at the immediate this thing, but also look at the bigger picture and see if we can create win-wins and kind of sail together to really, I'll go back to the metaphorical gorilla, they are amazing creatures, but that malnutrition, to kind of look at it, if we are all solving a problem, we are creating win-wins and respecting everybody's intentions. I think that goes a long way in bringing trust and bringing honesty and honest disclosure. So I would choose respect.
Yeah, so thank you. So I do agree with Bhavna and Smriti. Yes, trust, honest, and respect is important. But also, I think long-term partnership is also required. What actually is going on that private sectors are looking with a single lens. Ki this is our agenda and you have to do this. But if some CSO or someone, any of the organization, those who are working actually on the ground, should come up with any type of challenges from the field that yes, we should also look upon this sector as well. So I think the private sector should also broaden their lenses to look upon the community, and a long-term partnership is really actually important. Yeah, thank you.
I think all the fellow panelists have talked about trust, honesty, respect, partnerships, persistence, vision. Yes, but I think one thing that I would like to add to this is also the commitment. We may do things, but we have to be committed to a single vision that we are working towards. It's nothing will change, nothing will happen with everything if we are not committed to reaching certain things in a desired manner. Also, within the timelines, it is set to achieve those things. So I think everything is okay, but commitment to what we do and what we want to achieve is also important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now open up to the audience. If anyone has any questions or comments. Yes.
Myself?
Please, go ahead.
Good afternoon, madam. Myself, Rajaratnam, coming from Chennai. We work for this UNDP project. I am dealing with more milk and milk product activity also. As Dr. Bhavana Sharma told, so unless you pay better price to the farmers, they can't produce more. When they are not able to produce more, we can't able to achieve the nutritional goal. See, in the case of Amul Cooperative, they are paying around 70% of the consumer's price to farmer. Whereas in the case of ITC, they are paying only 50% of the consumer price to the farmers. So, if they are not able to pay equally, the production will not be there. There will be a productivity problem be there. So, why we can't make the same par on with this Amul dairy so that farmers can get the benefit? Kindly give your these things. If you are finding difficulty, take your own time and we can sit and discuss also. We can also. So my whole aim is that unless you pay better price to the farmers, the farmer will not produce. If the farmer is not going to produce, we cannot able to get the better benefit of nutrition building assets. That's what I want to say. The second question to Dr. Krishna, Madam. Madam, you are doing wonderful work through help of SHG and other activity, but including Uttar Bihar also. What happened in Bihar, already there is a form of SHG related with this, what do you call this, Jivika, probably you may be knowing called Jivika also. So Jivika also were the same village, and the same village other organizations are working. So will not be any competition between them, it's unhealthy competition. So ultimate aim of helping the farmers are not being achieved. So how we can able to find some solution? These are the two questions to the two people. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, I am Ravinder Singh. I am technology expert. Okay.
Yeah, so thank you for this question. Actually, Grameen's plan is in 5-year plan that we are going to expand our areas in Bihar, Maharashtra and MP. Right now we are working in UP. So definitely, as you suggested that Ajivika is there, we know. And we are actually working in core nutrition in Bihar with the Ajivika and SHG platform. So definitely if we are going to have some project or some implementation over there in Bihar, we'll connect with you or you can connect with me. But right now we are actually working in UP. Yeah, thanks.
While I may not be the best person on the question, and I will definitely connect you with the right person who's management of the supply chain and the demand and the pricing. The only thing I would like to add is that I think one of the biggest reasons for that is the scalability of the thing. Like as far as I am aware of it, the ITC's milk domain is actually and only limited to a very small place in West Bengal and a little bit a place called Munger in Bihar. That's it. So the scalability also drives the back-end supply chain. It's not even nationally present as a brand. It's a very small one. Like for example, if I have to just flip it on the other side, which is the agri, which is the wheat, where ITC is the largest producer, in fact, and the exporter after the government of India, where the entire farmer community, millions and millions of them have been helped by the e-chopals and the fair pay, price tradings and all those things. So like I said, I think we have also a long way to go. As you expand and scale up, you are able to also pass on the benefits, because right now it's in a very nascent, very limited geography, just one place. But I think that would always be the aspiration for a company that puts nation first. Thank you for your question. I think very valid.
Hello, madam. I have a farm in Punjab, and I am a technology expert. The biggest problem is that our food processing industry has let down India. Potato chips, they are retailed for 300, 400 rupees per kg. But farmers are getting only 5 rupees per kg. Similarly, dal makhani, IT is selling for about 600 rupees per kg. But the nutritional content in the dal makhani is only 50 rupees. Maybe even less. That's the problem. We don't have food processing industry. We are, cost of, marketing our foods, processed foods is very, very high. Even our dhabas are our, good quality restaurants. They charge, 600, 700 rupees per kg for dal makhani. When the nutritional value may be, 50 rupees, 60 rupees. This is the biggest problem. People are not getting adequate food because of very high prices. Retail prices of vegetables, retail prices of milk, and processed food is also very, very expensive. This is the biggest problem. And we have so many choices, sometimes most of the people, poor people, they are, dependent on wheat and rice. Sometimes, wheat and rice, some little bit of, some chutney or something, they are taking their food. How can they have, better health? That's the problem. Thank you.
I think we have to. I think affordability. You're rightly saying it is an issue, but I think it also comes to influencing people's choices. Like you're saying, behavioral choices and making sure that we choose food options that are nutritious and yet they are within our means and they are affordable. So, in a lot of places in India, there's different types of food options which are healthy, which are nutritious, but people choose to maybe have a packet of chips or have something else because it's much more easier, you can access it quickly. So I think that is a part of the behavior change as well, that we need to encourage people to make more healthy choices which are within their means, which are also affordable, which they can make at home or they can access in their local communities. So it has to be affordable, of course, but it also has to be healthy, and we have to emphasize on that nutritious aspect, because ultimately it's about people, and what people choose. And so I think that behavior change is something we need to really bring about, but it's a very valid point on affordability. Any other questions? Yes.
This is S.S. Bhakdi from Institute of UN and UNESCO Studies. Well, since nutrition is the very fulcrum of today's discussion and panel discussion, and one worthy speaker just made a fleeting reference to about malnutrition amongst men, that it costs the country 1% of GDP. I would like to know, when women are 52% anemic, children are 40% anemic, and overall population is around 50% anemic, how much it costs the country in terms of GDP downwards? And if really nutrition is well achieved, it is eliminated, and how much GDP will come up? Anybody can answer? Reena Chugh or somebody else?
First of all, thank you for that question, but I would like to clarify that the 1% loss in GDP that we projected was not for the malnutrition related to men, it's in general. And it's linked to the anemia prevalence per se across the age groups. So the GDP losses, there was a study done by the FSSAI on the cost effectiveness, and they say that if a small amount of 2,700 crores for the fortification scheme, if it invested, it can bring about huge returns in terms of investment, and it changes the lives in terms of as far as the figure goes, I remember it's around 80,000 crores or something in returns if we just invest the small amount to treating anemia through rice fortification. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there are more questions, but I've just been requested by the organizers to close. So the panelists will be around for some more time. So, please have your discussions with them offline. We'll be having lunch also. So I'll just close the panel here. I think we've had a very
general question I want to ask, please. Namaskar. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. First of all, I extend my appreciation and thanks to all of you for excellent presentation. And my question is, is there any specific food which can reduce the negative mindset?
I wish, I wish. Yeah, I wish we had a magic food like that. But yeah, so we'll continue discussing over lunch. So we'll just close the organizers, I think, want us to end. So
No, we definitely want the conversation
Yeah.
going on, but we have our next set of panelists, which is also, we promise you, a very interesting session. And
Yeah.
like the session chairperson said, our panelists are going to be around during the lunchtime. That's also when you can get in touch with them one-to-one.
Thank you.
And
Thank
ask
you.
your questions. Right. Thank you once again. Can we all have a round of applause for all of these ladies here who shared with us all those valuable insights and their expertise on the subject. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we head to our next session. Once again, an interesting session on the large-scale industry efforts to achieve nutritional security. Now, that's what we are going to be discussing in this next session, which will be chaired by Ms. Manjari Chandra, owner and founder of Manjari Wellness. And we once again have with us Ms. Deepthi Gulati, Industry Chair Professor, Nutraceuticals and Fortification with NIFTEM. Ms. Surbhi Bhalla, Technical Expert, Rice Fortification, Nutrition, Family Health at PATH. Dr. Subrata Datta, co-founder of the Indian Millet Initiative and former India representative of FFI CDC USA. Dr. Sujit Ranjan, Associate Director, Nutrition at Tata Trust. And Ms. Sakshi Jain, National Program Manager, Nutrition International. We'll take a few moments to make the necessary arrangements on the stage, and we'll start with the next session in just a few moments from now. I will request all of our panelists from the next session, I just named them, to kindly please join us on the dais. Thank you. Dr. Subrata Datta, Dr. Sujit Ranjan, and Ms. Sakshi Jain to please join us. Well, once again, an all-women panel. Dr. Datta and Dr. Ranjan are not joining us on this session. I request Ms. Sakshi Jain from Nutrition International to also please join us on the dais. Thank you. And without any further ado, let me hand it over to the session chair, Ms. Manjari Chandra, to take it forward from here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, ASSOCHAM, for inviting me and for hosting this national conference today. The session that we are about to discuss on is essentially on large-scale industry efforts to achieve nutritional security. I am Manjari, and although I'm really not from the industry or from the government, I primarily am a clinical person. I practice nutrition and also practice functional medicine. I work with some big hospitals in Delhi, and I also treat people, cancer, diabetes, autoimmune conditions. Largely, that's what I do. And also, now with health tech being such a big thing and so many health tech companies coming in and with startups coming in healthcare, I'm also trying to do a lot of interesting work with healthcare startups. But today, of course, we are focusing on what the industry can do and what are the large-scale efforts that can be taken to achieve nutritional security. The last panel, all the panelists spoke in detail about the different programs the government and the private partnership is already doing. So let me just walk you through some basics before I have my very esteemed panelists speak on the individual topics that they will deliberate on. I'll open the chair and just take you through and set the tone for the conversation. The present scenario, this is what the crisis of malnutrition in India is. We have around 1/3 of our children under the age of 5 who are stunted and underweight. We have around 91% rise in the number of severely acute malnutrition. And although, you know, as nutritionists, the last year, in fact, the theme of the Nutrition Week was to address severe acute malnutrition, we are far from there, really. India also ranks sad 101 out of 116 countries in the Global Hunger Index. In the last panel also, we had seen the major causes for malnutrition, but we can broadly group them into 4 large categories: reduced household incomes thanks to an economic slowdown, thanks to stagnant rural wages, and of course, an inability to invest in nutritional food. There is, of course, also underfunding, which is, in fact, I wanted to quote this about a response to a parliamentary question in December 2019. The Minister of Women and Child Development presented data which showed that only about 32.5% of the funds that were released for Poshan Abhiyan had been utilized. So there's a huge underfunding and not complete utilization of the funds also that go into our nutrition schemes and schemes that are aimed to look at malnutrition and also solve some of it. There's poor implementation of schemes, although there is a right intent with the government leadership. There's a lot of force and effort put into it, but there are a lot of on-ground, a lot of teething issues, there are a lot of problems that happen with the last mile of delivery of these programs, and the problem of malnutrition seems to stay because of inadequate training, low wages. Workers at the last end of the program are really not trained enough. The ICDS has enough data really to talk about this. And then, of course, there's lack of access of a large scale of our population to basic sanitation and hygiene, to safe water, lack of education, information, cultural factors, caste barriers, child marriage. There are a lot of social issues also that plague our country that cause our women and children to stay malnourished. Now, what happens with malnutrition, the impact, we've already had a look at this, but largely there are 5 major things that are happening. Of course, there's an increased vulnerability of disease. So we constantly keep talking about the double burden of malnutrition, the urban sector, which is plagued with micronutrient deficiencies, causing a lot of chronic metabolic diseases to happen, and the rural and low socioeconomic sector, which has malnutrition, which puts them or makes them vulnerable to a lot of infectious diseases. So we still have a lot of diarrhea, measles, malaria, pneumonia, and so on and so forth. Of course, we know about chronic developmental delays, including physical, psychological, mental development of children, cognitive impairment, behavioral issues, academic performance. So everywhere it's really being reflected in terms of the development delays that happen with malnutrition. There's low productivity later in life. So not only are we looking at women and children malnutrition, we're also looking at when these people grow up as adults, what happens when they become a part of the workforce. So as per the World Bank estimates, childhood stunting results in about 1% of loss of height, which may further lead to a reduction in the economic productivity by 1.4%. So this is just one of the small figures. There are many more that the World Bank has put out. Poor maternity health, known to everybody already. We spoke about 58% of our women being anemic, but besides that, there are many other micronutrient deficiencies, all the way from folic acid, vitamin A, vitamin K, B12, and so many more. There's calcium. There is also macronutrient deficiencies. So it's a hugely complicated space in terms of malnutrition, and it becomes more and more apparent and more visible with children and with women, and especially women of childbearing age. And there is, of course, barrier to socioeconomic development, where the country's socioeconomic development and the potential to reduce poverty is put down by the severity of undernutrition and malnutrition that we see. As of now, the existing large-scale schemes are the Poshan Abhiyan and the National Health Mission. The Poshan Abhiyan is essentially laying emphasis on the nutritional status of adolescent girls, pregnant women, lactating women, and children from the age of 0 to 6. It used to be 0 to 5, it's 0 to 6 years now. And the program also is using technology, community involvement, targeted approach, convergence of these communities, and it strives to basically reduce the levels of stunting. Undernutrition, anemia is, of course, one of the things that is being looked by all the programs, low birth weight in children, adolescent girls, the focus on their health, especially their reproductive health, pregnant women and lactating mothers, trying to holistically address malnutrition not only in women and children, but also in the next generation through women of childbearing age. The second large existing scheme is the National Health Mission, which has a vision to provide accessible, affordable, and quality universal health care. This is both preventive and curative. So it's not just in the preventive space of malnutrition, but also in the curative space. And it also makes, it's basically accountable. The mission is accountable to responding to the needs of the people. The model is, of course, through the government channels. We've talked in detail in the last panel in the session about public-private partnership, but I still think that there are a lot of things that can be done in the public-private space. Although our panelists spoke about the hurdles that come when the public-private partnership has to be really established and it becomes a long-term long-term commitment in a long-term relationship and a long-term program that can give a visible impact on the community. But there are certain smaller things from IEC to nutrition education to early detection, early intervention, to decentralizing of programs, to development of infrastructure to allow the programs so that the last mile and the last person is able to actually get the benefit of the programs. And of course, our public distribution system, which is already existing, can be used more effectively at a more affordable cost and price that is available to a much larger population. We spoke about rice fortification and many other staples that can be used in an effective manner. Of course, the private sector can also look at straightaway investment into these schemes as a part of the CSR and otherwise also. And I think one of the other things which somebody spoke about was about, I think Dr. Bhavna spoke about trust. So I think one of the other things is that private actors have to now come out with their eagerness to solve problems like malnutrition and really gain the government's trust, because there is still a sort of gap between what a private player is looking at with the government program and what really the aim of the government program is. So there seems to be a slight mismatch there. So building that attitude of trust, willingness, eagerness to partner in various forms in government programs would help and cement the private-public partnership much more. These are just some of the proposed solutions that we can look at when we're looking at malnutrition and the large-scale interventions that can be done. One is, of course, developing an employment-centered growth strategy, which essentially means that when we're looking at solving malnutrition in a large scale, it also should provide for education, health, food, and social security and become an employment scheme for a lot of people. Second is strengthening present initiatives. So existing initiatives like, for example, the ICDS, the school meal programs, the direct interventions where we are trying to fortify or improve the quality of eggs and fruits, the growth monitoring, all of these can be strengthened with more effort and more resources. There is a need for data initiative, which means that combining the aspects of the National Family Health Survey, the National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau, the National Sample Surveys, the data that is collected by all these different agencies can be brought together and leveraged in a way which is far more efficient and far more solution-driven. And expenditure can then be rolled out accordingly. Of course, the other solutions include improving dietary patterns. So somebody spoke about behavioral change. A lot of nutritionally rich food might be available, but then increasing a person's per capita availability and the information about the availability of that food, both are equally important. A targeted approach where we are looking at government agencies in India, having a comprehensive and coordinated approach with local bodies, basically, so decentralizing it and making the approach more targeted. For example, if you're looking, anemia, of course, is a large problem, but there are many more smaller things that we can look at in a local population and local level challenges that exist in that particular area or population or a geographical sector. And one of the common ones that we've been doing for some time is food fortification. A lot has been talked, a lot of FSSAI has been really at the helm of trying to get food fortification through. The government has put in a lot of initiatives, but there's a long way still to go. Also, I think one of the other problems with food fortification is that although we are looking at food fortification with micronutrients, there is still not enough data to show how efficient the fortified food is in actually tackling malnutrition at a large scale. So that also needs to be picked up, and those are the areas where the solutions really can lie. So yeah, I just wanted to sort of put a small opening to the session, and we'll be talking to our panelists now about the different things that can be done to target large-scale interventions which can achieve nutritional security. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll now invite Ms. Deepti Gulati to come and present on the interventions that can be done for large-scale malnutrition.
As you can see, I am vertically challenged, so I'll hide behind. So I'll just stand outside, and I'll try to make you go through the slides about which everyone has anyway talked about. So it would be a little bit of revision, but with a little difference. So we are going to talk today about improving nutrition security through food fortification, and why we need food fortification, and also busting some of the myths in food fortification, so that when we walk out of this room, we go with confidence that whether it is industry, whether it is development sector partners, whether it is academia, we feel confident that yes, food fortification is a good strategy to follow, and we all join hands together to do it. Because good nutrition is the basic foundation of life. It is central to our growth and development, and it defines our health and also our life. When we look at the food and nutrition security in India, I'd like to present to you a background or a backdrop. Manjuri has already talked about it, but as I said, let's go and revise some things. So with a population of almost 1.3 billion, India, we know, is the second most populous country in the world. Despite substantial strides in food production, we know that 26% of India's population, that is about 338 million people, are food insecure. When we say food insecure, it means that they are consuming less than 80% of their minimum energy requirement. And malnutrition in Indian children is amongst the highest in the world, nothing to be very proud of. And overnutrition, as we've heard since morning, or obesity is on the rise, which leads to very many and big public health problems. So India is certainly severely affected, and we all need to join hands to do something to make India happier and healthier. Now, why should we be focusing on hunger and malnutrition? Because hunger and malnutrition impact the very health and survival of our people, because it leads to a very high disease burden. You may think micronutrients, vitamins and minerals, inse kya farak padta hai? They are micro, they are tiny, but they are the ones who impact so adversely. They impact the immunity, they impact our metabolism, and their absence leads to many diseases. They impact the learning ability and educability of children. We keep saying, अरे इसको तो interest ही नहीं है पढ़ने में, सारा वक्त शैतानी सूझती है. It is not that. That child has anemia. Anemia actually impacts your cognitive ability, your ability to learn, your ability to absorb, and पढ़ेंगे लिखेंगे ही नहीं तो क्या करेंगे? गाना भी आपको पुराना हमारे टाइम का याद आ जाए तो कभी सुनना. So
it is very, very important to get children healthy, get them educated so that they can contribute to the development of the country. But when learning and educability is compromised, then school performance declines and the school retention rates go low. बच्चे 8th में, 10th में, 12th में school छोड़ देते हैं. Why? It is not because they are not interested in studies. It is because they are not able to cope. And that's where we all come together to help them cope, because we are the ones who can help them fight anemia. Then micronutrient malnutrition, hunger, and malnutrition in general leads to various kinds of disabilities. For example, if there is severe vitamin A deficiency, there is a loss of vision. You can lose eyesight. When there is severe anemia, you are not able to work physically. You feel very tired all the time, and that impacts your employability, that impacts your family income, and many other things. If you have vitamin D and calcium deficiency, your bones are weak, and you have bow legs. And when you have bow legs, you have very, it is challenging to walk around, run around, or be very effective. And these calcium and vitamin D deficiencies later lead to non-communicable diseases like cancers and diabetes and hypertension and so on and so forth. It also impacts our economic productivity, leading to poverty, because agar hum anemic honge, micronutrient deficiencies se suffer karenge, we'll not be able to work efficiently. 8-10 घंटे की बजाय 6 घंटे में ही थक जाएंगे. Accordingly, our incomes would reduce, the labor that we would earn would be less, and that would lead to poverty. So malnutrition needs to be conquered, because malnutrition starts early, right from the womb. So we need to not just focus on people who are sitting here. We need to start focusing on adolescents, because adolescent girls, if they are healthy, they would lead to giving birth to children when they get married and grow up at a later age, to healthier children. And you know, there is something called folic acid deficiency or neural tube defects. That takes place in the first 6 weeks of pregnancy, when a woman doesn't even know that she's pregnant. So if an adolescent girl or the young mother, they were on folic acid, then when they get pregnant, there is a little less chance, or there is hardly any chance of folic acid deficiency taking place and leading to neural tube defects or cleft lip and other things. So all these problems that I have listed here, they are preventable, but once they happen, they are irreversible. So we need to act now. Stagnating child and maternal malnutrition rates, including micronutrient malnutrition, are at a very high level in India, and their impact is devastating. This should be absolutely unacceptable to all of us. Let's see the foods that we eat, how they impact our health. The composition of our diet, the kind of diet that we normally consume, almost 50% is just cereals and tubers. Aloo kha lo, har cheez mein aloo, and cereals. We have very little dairy products, just 17%, but 17% is still not so bad. But when we talk of fruits and vegetables, together it is just 11%. Meat, legumes, pulses, just 9%. Protein kahan se aayega? Then, of course, sweets. So this type of diet is very high on cereals, low on micronutrient-rich foods like fruits and vegetables. And a balanced plate should look like this. Jitna cereals, utna fruits and vegetables. So vitamins and minerals are required on every day on a daily basis to ensure good health and to enable the body to fight diseases. Now, if we look at the anemia figures of NFHS5, which is due to iron, folic acid, B12 deficiencies, what we find is that non-pregnant women in the age group of 15 to 49 years, which is the most productive years of one's life, 57% of women are anemic. That means if all of us just go and get a blood test done, 50% would be anemic, or every second person is anemic. Then we look at, then when we look at pregnant women who are anemic, 52%. Why pregnant women who are anemic is a little less than non-pregnant women? Because unko iron folic acid tablets di jati hain. They may take the complete dose, they may not take the complete dose, but at least they get it. Then all women in the age group of 15 to 49 who are anemic is 57%. Men in the age group, men may think कि हमको तो menstruation होता नहीं, हम तो better खाना खाते हैं, तो हमको anemia कैसे? But 25% of men are also anemic. That means 1 in every 4 men is anemic. And they are the ones who may be required to do a lot of physical work, but energy ही नहीं होगी. Energy in the sense, capacity to work ही नहीं होगा. And then we have children in the age group of 6 months to 5 years who are just starting their life. 67% are anemic. This is absolutely not done. Sorry. Now, when we look at vitamin A deficiency in India and vitamin D deficiency in India, these are National Institute of Nutrition's data. It is slightly old, but not much has changed. So if you look at vitamin D deficiency, this is the map of India, and they did this study in a couple of states, and what you find is, in Jammu and Kashmir, 53 to 83, Delhi 70 to 94, Punjab 50%, Lucknow 75 to 90, Lucknow means representing UP, Mumbai representing Maharashtra 88%, Kolkata 92%, Hyderabad 34 to 52%, and Tirupati from down south from 45 to 82%. So Kashmir se Kanyakumari tak, everyone has vitamin D deficiency, and in a country which is blessed with sunshine. Vitamin D is supposed to be the sunshine vitamin, but we don't go out into the sun. पहले if you would recall, लोग धूप सेकते थे, अब हम धूप से बचते हैं. धूप में बैठेंगे भी तो गर्माहट लेने के लिए और अपने आप को fully covered करके. Unless until sun rays penetrate your skin, vitamin D within the body will not be manufactured. पहले बच्चों को मालिश करके धूप में डालते थे. Now we don't do that. Even when we go outside, youngsters, they put sunblock lotion के जो मिल रहा है वो भी ना मिले. So that is the reasons why there is so much of vitamin D deficiency. When we look at vitamin A deficiency, you look at the figures, and when you look at the pooled data, you have 61.8% of the population which have vitamin A deficiency at the serum level, that is blood level. Then you have the percentage of population that is consuming not even 50% of their day's requirement. It is a horrible 86%. So this shows that India has very high burden of vitamin A and D deficiency, or itni high percentage, that means it impacts all of us. Now let's see, is nutrition a poverty issue? We all who are sitting here are upper middle class, rich. So if we look at the stunting, underweight, and thinness in women, what you find is that in the highest income quintile, it is between 22% stunting, mere jaise, 20% underweight, 12%, whose body mass index is very low, they are very thin. And in the lowest income quintile, this percentage is much higher. You have 51% stunting, you have 49% underweight, and you have 36% thinness. This depends upon the calorie or the energy and the fat and other things that you consume. But when you look at anemia, it is an equalizer. 52% in high socioeconomic group and 64% in the low socioeconomic group. Children are anemic. Anemia, 48% versus 59%. Those consuming vitamin A-rich foods in the past 24 hours, 47% in the highest income and 42% in the lowest income. Again, consuming iron-rich foods, if you look at 18% in the highest quintile and about 15% in the lowest quintile. Is there much difference? Hardly any. So undernutrition, that is stunting, underweight, thinness, that affects poorest the most, yes, because that is lack of food per se. But when we talk of poor consumption of micronutrient foods and anemia, it impacts everyone. So वो सबको एक जैसा treat कर रहा है, and we need to wake up. So malnutrition, as Manjari had also mentioned, there are 3 strategies to control. One is supplementation, and supplementation is taking tablets, syrup, capsules of multivitamins. It is very good, but all of us who are sitting here would also be having bottles of micronutrients sitting on our dining table. खुलेगी नहीं, खाई नहीं जाएगी, भूल जाते हैं. So compliance with supplementation is poor, and supply chain and other related issues also lead to poor supplementation of micronutrients in the government programs. Just about 50% are 50 to 55% are actually getting supplements. Then we have dietary diversification, that is eat a diversified diet, eats fruits, vegetables, pulses, legumes, eggs and everything. But affordability and accessibility become an issue. We have staple food fortification, it's a good option. Fortification poses no threat at all. It gives us a very good option to improve the nutrition quality of staples. Staples is the foods that we consume on a daily basis, like atta hai, chawal hai, milk, oil, and salt. So these are the staples, and if we consume fortified staples, it helps. So fortification is one of the most cost-efficient strategy, and it can lead significant results in a very short period of time. What are the strategic advantages? That it is consumed regularly by all, which I mentioned, wheat flour, oil, milk, rice, salt. They are best suited for fortification. Because if they are fortified, and industry people are sitting here, if you start fortifying your products, you would be reaching these micronutrients to all people, because सबने ये कुछ ही तो खाना है, fruits खाएं नहीं खाएं, affordable हो या ना हो, cereals तो खाएंगे ही. दूध नहीं भी पिएंगे तो चाय में तो डाल के पिएंगे. Salt, oil, everyone will consume. So if we add micronutrients to these, we are contributing in improving the health of the people. Fortification is a proven, simple, and low-cost technology. It is actually very simple. It is preventive and population-wide approach. Why I say population-wide approach? Because everyone is consuming these, and if you are adding micronutrients, you reach micronutrients to everyone. And now we have public-funded programs like public distribution system, we have ration ki shops, jahan se gehu chawal milta hai, we have ICDS, we have MDM. Since these are centrally processed, there is no risk for over-fortification or risk of excessive consumption. One of the best thing about fortified foods is that you cannot overeat chapatis. Food is self-limiting. You cannot overeat rice. आज हमारा जब लंच होगा बहुत टेस्टी होगा, मैं भी जितना रोज़ घर में खाती हूँ उससे एटलीस्ट 1.5 times तो ज़रूर खाऊंगी. But that is not every day, na? That's only once in a while. Even if I would want, I take 1 chapati, हूँ इतनी, but I take 1 chapati. जिस दिन बहुत अच्छा लगेगा, I'll take 2. But can I take 10? even if I want to. I cannot. So food is self-limiting, and that's why intake or access through food is very limited. There is no change in color, taste, texture, or quality of staples due to fortification, and hence very high acceptability. There is also very high bioavailability of micronutrients, which has rapid impact. We have a lot of ICMR studies, a lot of government-funded studies, which have shown that when we fortify foods and we consume them, anemia levels come down. Vitamin A deficiency comes down, anemia levels by about 37%, or vitamin A deficiency by about 67%. And that's what study we did with ICMR in WFP when I was there. And that led to government taking a policy decision. So micronutrients, when they are added to food, they do not impact the storage or the stability during cooking and processing. So fortification improves the work capacity and health, and hence contributes to improving nutritional growth as well as national economic performance. So we all need to and must join hands. Food fortification is not a new idea. If you look at the global timeline, it started way back in 1918. आज से 104 साल पहले. It has been 1923, 1933, and you go on seeing it on the screen, and you would find that we are almost a century behind and still talking about fortification करना चाहिए या नहीं करना चाहिए, safe है या नहीं है. वहाँ पे in all the Western countries, they have eliminated deficiencies. India also started vitamin A deficiency way back in fortification of vanaspati in 1953. It was mandatory to fortify dalda, rath, jo us waqt ghee milte the, because that was something everyone was consuming. Science evolved, and we realized that hydrogenated fats are bad, and hence they are not considered good choices. In 1962, we started with salt iodization, and believe it or not, now in India we don't have a single case of goiter. That's all because of salt iodization. So over the last 100 years, food fortification has played a major role in improving the health of populations at large in the industrialized countries, and several nutritional deficiencies have been completely eliminated. You know, since I work in public health, and I've been working with WFP, GAIN, earlier with the government for 20 years at NIPSID, I used to get requests from my friends and family in Canada, London, US, कि हम अपने बच्चों को internship के लिए इंडिया भेज दें, कहीं लगा दोगे. तो I said, public health में वहाँ पे, कहते वहाँ पे तो पता है उनको बेरी दिखने को ही नहीं मिलता. उनको ये bow legs दिखने को ही नहीं मिलती. It used to be such a shame कि ये दिखाने के लिए मैं उनको यहाँ बुलाऊं. But it has been eliminated totally, and those who are working in public health space, they need to actually see what a deficiency looks like. So where would they turn to? To countries like us? No. We don't want India to be a tourist destination for public health people to come and see the deficiencies because of micronutrients. So we must be working towards eliminating them. Food vehicles, as I have already said, and the topics and the micronutrients that are added. FSSAI has standards. I'm not going to go through the standards. For edible oil milk, they have for wheat flour and rice. They have for, besides iron, folic acid and B12, they have also recommended standards for different other micronutrients. So standards are there, gazetted by the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. There is regulatory support and an enabling environment for food fortification, because FSSAI permits and advocates for fortification. You would have heard Inoshi ma'am speak about it this morning. These standards have been gazetted. our 10th, 11th, 12th year plan, Poshan Abhiyan, National Nutrition Mission, Anemia Mukt Bharat, you name it, and everyone recommends fortification. Ministry of Food Processing Industry incentivized the industry for fortification. Ministry of Women and Child Development, Ministry of Human Resource Development has made it mandatory to fortify cereals in school feeding programs and ICDS. Department of Public Distribution is now giving fortified atta in some states and fortified rice in most states through PDS. And our Honorable Prime Minister has already announced that fortified rice will be distributed under various government food safety net programs, including PDS, ICDS, and midday meal, and it would be universalized by 2024. Cost of, why when we talk of fortification, one of the things that everyone says, kyun fortify karna hai? Why should we not be focusing on a diversified diet? Why should we not be propagating diversified diet? I just want to show you a table. This is the table recommended by National Institute of Nutrition for a diversified diet. That for women, sedentary women, moderately active women, sedentary men, and moderately active men. यहाँ पे I have tried, and they have given के कितने gram cereals, how many grams of pulses, green leafy vegetables, other vegetables, roots, fruits, milk, fats and oils, peanuts, nuts, spices. I have in the first column indicated the cost per kg. And if you would see the cost, I have taken 3 rupees per kg for cereals. This 3 rupees per kg for cereals is, अगर PDS से मिल रहा है, 3 रुपए का ही आ रहा है. हम लोग कोई भी ब्रांड लें तो 40, 25, 30 rupees का आता है, but I'm talking of PDS. Pulses, when I go, I always buy pulses. I only get it for about 160 rupees a kg, but yet I have put it at 80 rupees, जो locally available in villages वगैरह हो सकता है. Roots and tubers 20 rupees a kg, fruits 50 rupees a kg, चाहे एक banana भी 7 rupees का आता है आजकल. Milk 40 rupees, of course we all are paying 52 rupees even for a skimmed milk. Fats and oils, spices, everything. Based on this, if you do the calculations as per the amounts that are recommended by NIN to have a balanced diet, it works out to be 42 rupees to 48 rupees depending upon the category you are in, sedentary or moderately working. Abhi heavy workload ka to humne kiya hi nahi. So for the ease of calculation, if I take at 40 rupees per person per day, if there are 5 people in the house minimum, it is 200 rupees to get a diversified diet every day. 200 rupees multiplied by 30, 6,000 rupees only for a diversified diet. That is a goal that we have to work for, but right now that may be a very big challenge for many people, and that is why we have the figures that we have. Now, I just want you to pay attention to these slides. Why? Not because I have prepared them midnight, but because you read lots of articles in the newspapers to say rice is also fortified, wheat is also fortified, and this would lead to toxicity. There was so much of nonsense going around in the newspapers on rice fortification and things like that. It would lead to a iron load. Now, very scientifically, I am sharing this with you, that there are a couple of terms that I have used: EAR, RDA, TUL. Those who are sitting here from the nutrition and health background perhaps may be knowing it. Those from the industry may be knowing, may not be knowing, but मुझे तो बताना ही है. So EAR stands for Estimated Average Requirement. That इतना तो आपको लेना ही है. Minimum Estimated Average Requirement. RDA is Recommended Dietary Allowance. कि हम recommend करते हैं EAR तो survival, RDA for good. and TUL is tolerable upper limit, कि इसके ऊपर अगर जाएगा तो शायद हेल्थ के लिए अच्छा नहीं होगा. Tolerable upper limit. Now, when we look at the amount of iron in fortified wheat flour or rice per kg, so वो है 21.5 milligram. Highest amount जितना हमने डालना है 21.5 milligram per kg. The next column is about quantities that we consume. Maximum that a person can eat, or what the NIN recommends, is 250 grams up in a day. Now either you will have rice, or you will have wheat, or you will have a combination, but together it would be only 250 grams. If this 250 grams was fortified with iron, which was 21.5 milligram, उसको 1/4 करेंगे ना, 1 kg में 21 है, तो 250 grams में 5 point something होगा. So it is 5.375. Now we say estimated average requirement आपकी 11 है. आपको वो food से लेना है, आप वो food से ले रहे हैं, but if you add fortified to it, then it becomes 16.375. RDA आपका कितना है? 19. So आपका तो RDA भी पूरा नहीं हो रहा. Do you get it? If wheat flour and rice, they were fortified with iron at the highest level at which there's a range, but you are fortifying at the highest level recommended by FSSAI, and you consume the highest amount, 250 grams, yet you are getting only 5.4 milligram of iron. When you add it to the EAR, it becomes 16, and 16 is not even 100% of the RDA. ये RDA 19 है, which is recommended dietary allowance. And when you look at the tolerable upper limit, cross करनी तो दूर, it is not even reaching 40% of the tolerable upper limit. So please rest assured, can never be any overload of iron when you consume fortified cereals, which is wheat flour and rice. Same thing with vitamin D, busting the myth. Adult women ki requirement, adult men ki requirement, RDA and TUL, and the levels at which they are fortified. If you look at it, oil और milk, दोनों में vitamin A and D डाला हुआ है. So from milk consumption as recommended of 250 grams per day. आप में से यहाँ बैठे नहीं पीते हैं, but अगर पीते हों तो 250 grams जो है उससे आपको जो vitamin D मिलेगा. Similarly for oil, which is basically recommended 25 होता है, हम 30 grams पे भी calculate करें, then to total vitamin D from fortified milk, fortified oil, based on EAR, it is only 111% of the RDA, and when you look at the tolerable upper limit, less than 20. It is just about 17%. कहाँ से नुकसान करेगा? Same is the case with vitamin A, and it reaches only 95% of the RDA and about 27% of your tolerable upper limit. So fortification is very safe. When you look at the cost of fortification, processing, everything included, for wheat flour it is 8 to 10 paisa, for milk 2 paisa, for edible oil 10 to 15 paisa. So the cost is very minute on a per person per year basis, and benefits are enormous. Fortification works. It has worked in different countries. Like Canada started fortification of vitamin A, and it reduced in just about 4 years. When you look at anemia, Venezuela started fortification of wheat flour, and the iron deficiency reduced tremendously. Now it has worked even in India. I was working with GAIN. We nudged the government of Rajasthan to start giving fortified wheat flour under the PDS. आज तो NFSA है, National Food Security Act. That time it was just PDS, covering 26 to 28% of the population. And what we found was, and I'm taking NFHS 4 as well as NFHS 5 and All India. At All India level, children who were receiving adequate diet was just 9.6%, and in their underweight percentage at India level were 36 to 38%. Anemic 58%, mothers who were consuming iron folic acid tablets 30%, pregnant women anemic 50%, and all women, men, anemia is 53 to 23%. When you look at Rajasthan, compared to those consuming adequate diet, it was just 8.4% children receiving adequate diet. Undernutrition was similar to the All India figure, but because we had introduced fortified wheat flour, we monitored it well. The levels of anemia in Rajasthan in children were just 46.6% compared to 58.6%. And this is NFHS data. This is not a data nudged or taken by the development sector partner. Again, when we look at the mothers who consumed folic acid, see 30% all India level, 17% in Rajasthan. But when you look at the anemia levels, 46.6%. When you look at all India, all women, it is just about 46% in women and 17% in men. Dietary diversity है नहीं, low consumption of iron folic acid tablets है, yet anemia levels are lower, NFHS, and this shows that it works. But the tragedy is, and then another beautiful thing, in Rajasthan, government took the decision that they will nudge the industry, and they made the industry promise, oil industry and milk industry, to fortify their oil and milk with vitamin A and D as per FSSAI standards. So when the comprehensive national nutrition survey was done, which is for children 5 years to 19 years, at all India level it was 21.5 to 15.6%, and at Rajasthan, can you beat it? 1 to 1.9%. This was so amazing. अब जब मैंने report देखी, I couldn't believe, zoom कर करके देखा कि 1.0 है कि 10 point something है. फिर magnifying glass से भी देखा, यही था. So, if milk is fortified universally, if oil is fortified universally with vitamin A, it leads to such wonderful results. So, let's join hands and do a wonderful job. And when we look at all India figures of NFHS 5, fortification हटा दिया PDS में से for fortified wheat flour, figures were back to what they were, 50%. So this proves that fortification was making the difference. Let's get back. We have ICDS, PDS, MDM, open market as channels. But yes, fortification has a great potential to enrich foods and improve the lives of millions of people by giving them a healthy start. This is their basic right, which they rightly deserve. And here it is, our Honorable Prime Minister way back in 2006, giving fortified food to children of Gujarat. So let's not miss out on the opportunity. Food fortification in India is an unfinished agenda. Let's take up the call to finish it. So let's join hands, provide good health and improved quality of life to all. Let's eat right, let's eat fortified. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Deepti. It was actually a very detailed and very well bought out presentation with all the details that we all actually require to get convinced about fortification. And I think at the same time, you were very passionate about it because this has been your expertise and area of work. Thank you for that presentation. We'll move forward to our next speaker. Can we have Ms. Surbhi Bhalla? Can she come and talk to us about rice fortification, please?
Thank you so much, Manjari. I was just sharing with Dipti ma'am that it is not just my honor, but it's a proud privilege for me to be on the same panel as her and with all the other esteemed panelists. In fact, would like to thank ASSOCHAM for this opportunity. Also, our country director at PATH, our HOD, our country director Neeraj Jain, our HOD sir, Dr. Sudhir and Rohini. She's traveling today, but many thanks to their inputs and support and contributions. I'm here representing PATH today. I will be briefly speaking about the portfolio of PATH in Southeast Asia, but with more focus on the nutrition programs that we are undertaking. So just to give you a broad overview, I'm not sure if many of you know about PATH. PATH works globally across more than 33 countries. We have more 40 plus years of experience. We are working in multiple continents, and the intersection areas are not just nutrition. We have a very wide portfolio. In India, the nutrition work is happening more under the family health department, but we work very deeply with vaccines, with oxygen supply, with tropical diseases, and various other areas. So it's a very broad portfolio of work that we do across the world and even in India. Just sharing with all of you in a brief snapshot of the work that we are doing under the family health programs and projects. We work in the area of maternal and child health, newborn health, respiratory health, sexual and reproductive health, and adolescent health. And nutrition is a part of this broader family health portfolio. I will be taking you through the work that we are doing specifically in nutrition, more so in rice fortification in a couple of my slides from here on. But giving you a broad overview, we are working very closely with multiple agencies in the specific area of nutrition. We have a project called Shapath, which is basically giving technical assistance to multiple states on rice fortification, working very closely with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We are working on technical assistance on rice fortification to the state of Assam, very closely with our donor agency, James Percy Foundation. Again, technical assistance in Nagaland. And we are also right now in the process of creating fortification hubs for sustainability. We are in touch with multiple centers of excellence. We are in the process of setting up these in India, working very closely with academia, with institutions, with the government in setting up these centers. Just to give you a broad overview, PATH definitely does not work in silos. We have multiple partners ranging from NGOs, academia, private sector, multilateral agencies and governments and donors. So this is a wide array of our partners with whom we work in India and even internationally. So coming very specifically to PATH Southeast Asia, in the nutrition portfolio, we have multiple projects. One very interesting area that we work on is the human milk banking project. It is a project that we are doing in south of India, where human milk is saved in a bank and it is given to babies who require that. So this is one very interesting project that is ongoing. Apart from that, our major portfolio currently is that of rice fortification. With our project called Shapath, we are currently working in 10 states along with our partner World Food Program, which one of my colleagues in the previous session shared with us about the work that is going on in these states. So along with the Government of India in 10 states, we are working along with World Food Programme to bring about rice fortification. And as we all know that through the safety net programs, ICDS, PDS, and MDM, we are working very closely with the states and to address anemia. So this is the broader portfolio, not just in India, but also in Myanmar. We are currently working on rice fortification projects, and we look forward to expand it in the whole Southeast Asian territory. Coming specifically to the rice fortification projects, so as Rima had also shared, it is one of the most innovative models in India where we are trying to target targeting anemia. So what PATH is doing specifically is providing technical assistance at the national and the state level. We have staff we have like our state leads in 10 states of India who are working very closely with the government in policy translation, in landscaping and modeling of rice, and planning and costing, setting up quality control systems, and then also implementing capacity building, monitoring and evaluation. In the last 1 year per se, a lot of community awareness, SBCC work and campaigns have happened. A lot of our state leads have worked very closely with the government in conducting various workshops, trainings for rice millers in the states, in specific targeted districts as well, which are aspirational and high burden to those specific states. So this has primarily been on the demand side, but on the supply side, we are working very closely with the fortified rice kernel production. So I'm not sure if any of you know how a fortified rice kernel is made, but basically the process is a whole technical process, but it is a ratio of 1:100. So हर 100 चावल में से 1 चावल fortified होता है. इस रेशियो से fortified rice बनाया जाता है, and we are providing these kind of technical assistance in the states for production, for blending, and for strengthening. We have a huge team in Delhi as well as in the states where we conduct regular rice miller trainings as to talking to the currently rice producing companies as to how they can set up these blending units and how they can basically provide fortified rice. So as I had previously mentioned, we are working very closely with World Food Programme and Microsave on bringing about the project called Shapath. So the Shapath project is a pledge for good health. It is a focus on bringing change which is scalable, sustainable, healthy, affordable, preventive, actionable, timely, and holistic. So we are working very closely with the other partners and bringing about the rice fortification work in multiple states. The core areas of focus within Shapath are facilitating institutionalization of fortified rice, establishing technical support units, and assisting the states in terms of providing trainings and capacity building, setting up of rice mills, and any kind of SBCC, IEC support that they require, and also doing a lot of collaboration and partnerships. Just to give you a very state-specific example, we are working in the state of Assam. So we are working very closely with the government in addressing prevalence of iron deficiency anemia through rice fortification. There are multiple touch points where we are working closely. For example, in the first phase of rice fortification, we have worked very closely with the midday meal and the ICDS, and the coverage, I'm very happy to report, is nearly closing to 100%. So as the Prime Minister has announced, Honorable Prime Minister had announced that in the safety net programs in India, there has to be 100% coverage of rice fortification. In the first phase, specifically in Assam, MDM and ICDS, we are very close to 100%, but PDS is something that we are still working on. So you can see the target figures as well of the beneficiaries who are getting benefit out of this. This is a brief snapshot of the visits done in Assam, where we are constantly doing a lot of SPCC, IEC related work. A lot of times the challenges that are being faced while doing this is the fortified rice is being provided in the state, but a lot of times there's lack of awareness of the people who are receiving it. So this is one major challenge that we have seen, that even though the lifting is happening from various states, FCI is giving support, distribution is happening, sometimes there are supply chain issues, sometimes there are the beneficiaries who are getting the rice, they do not know that they are consuming rice, the fortified rice. So we are also doing these kind of SBCC and IEC activities where we are focusing on creating awareness about fortified rice. This, for example, is a poster that we have created, which is a regional, in the regional language, in Assamese language, for a school. We are right now also in the process of creating ringtones, danglers, posters in regional language to create awareness, and also in some time to come, we might do like a local radio show. So it is observed that a lot of times when the information is given through multiple media, it is more effective. So we are focusing on expanding on the SPCC and IEC bit, not just for the government stakeholders and for the industry, but also for the beneficiaries, because this whole thing works on supply and demand. So as the beneficiaries get to know, slowly we will work on also creating local brands in Assam who can provide fortified rice as a commercial, in the commercial market, not just in the safety net programs, but also in the commercial market. So this is a wide array of activities that we are planning in the state of Assam, just for an example, but the geographies that PATH works in is around 10 states. So this is just an example specifically for the state of Assam. So thank you so much. I just kept my presentation very brief. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Surabhi. That was, PATH is definitely doing some revolutionary work. I was really fascinated to see the milk, human milk banking, and I think we can talk a little bit about that later. But I'll now invite Ms. Sakshi Jain, the National Program Manager for Nutrition International, to present her details.
Yeah, thank you, Manjri. First of all, I'd like to thank ASSOCHAM for giving us this opportunity for, presenting in front of you. But I'll really give a special thanks to all of you who has, been present in this session. And actually, since morning, we are talking about the intent of the, industry to support this, concept of malnutrition. So your presence, the full house today, shows that, the industry is intended towards addressing this important issue of micronutrient deficiency. It's a bit unfortunate that my session is towards last and just before the lunch, so I'll not keep you waited for so long and try to make the presentation interesting for all. So I'm Sakshi Jain, a National Program Manager working at Nutrition International. I'll just give a brief about Nutrition International and how our efforts is towards working with the industry, working with the government, and to address this deficiency issue. And we are not actually the industry, we are not the public sector also, but we are in a support system which work with all the stakeholders to bring this important mission possible. And also, we have heard about malnutrition, fortification, and Deepti ma'am has actually really explained why is the need. So we understand what, why, and all these things, but through my presentation, I'll just keep it that how we can do it. So first of all, about Nutrition International, we are, having a presence in Asia, Africa, and we are headquartered in Canada. We believe in delivering proven nutrition interventions to those who need them the most. So that is the focus of our organization, and we are present in more than 60 countries. And we actually believe in, a lot of evidence, science, which, is required to answer all the needs of micronutrient deficiencies. So this is our global footprint. We have been talking about, a lot of these deficiencies since morning, but this data explains that, doing the conscious efforts towards this direction can actually help in, combating these micro deficiencies. For example, we have been able to reach to, 99 million children who receive doses of vitamin A. So these kind of, these actually proves that, these efforts are, and, we talk about the evidence, the data, and, all these things comes in our mind. But if we actually see, all these are present. The evidence is there, the data is there to prove that, fortification is a, scalable, sustainable, and important strategy to address micronutrient deficiency. As a whole, NI works, touching all spheres of life, working with, infant children under 5, adolescent girls, pregnant women, and also general population. But for this presentation, I'll keep myself restricted to the concept of fortification, which is mainly targeted to all of us. So our presence with respect to fortification is in 3 states, including Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and Telangana, and we work in 2 of the commodities, double fortified salt and rice. So this, I wanted to show a journey that, as we had talked, that fortification is not new in globally and not new in India, and a lot of evidence, a lot of science has gone to, formulate this. And today when government is scaling up, it's not a one-day decision. A lot of work has gone actually in, creating these policies and now implementing them. So we started in 1993 where we, developed an encapsulated ferrous fumarate, which is going as a premix to iodized salt to form double fortified salt. And this we did with University of Toronto, where, all the academic was involved to formulate this, this component. Then we did a tech transfer to India through where we worked with, industry, and, we tried to equip them how to produce that. Parallelly, we started working and, advocating with the government that what is, like, today, like we are talking about why fortification is required. So few years back, we had to, advocate a lot about this with the government, but I'm happy to say today all the government departments, they are, very positive about this intervention and they support this intervention. And that is the result that, now specifically I'll talk about rice fortification, because last year also, like as Deepti ma'am has already shown, that PM Modi ji has announced that, all rice would be fortified by 2024. So this actually gives the intent of the government, and I guess we should be, supportive of it. As an industry, we should come forward for, forward to support these interventions. We are present in entire gamut of this fortification, but for this session, I'll just restrict myself how we are supporting the industry and how we are linking them to the government programs. So first of all, for the premix and the FRK manufacturers, we are providing technical assistance to them to, manufacture the end product which is in compliance to FSSAI norms. We are, like when we train them, we, tell them about all the good manufacturing practices. And when they are setting up, the machinery, for example, the FRK manufacturers need to set the extruders. So we are making sure that it is as per the BI standards. And then we are linking the salt or the rice milling industry to, we are linking these manufacturers to salt and rice millers so that a quality product could go into the, final end product. Similarly, with the DFS manufacturers and rice millers, we are providing them the technical assistance and on, very important aspects of standards, FRK or FR production, blending systems, and the quality assurance. And this is just some data that how many salt manufacturers and rice millers we have trained in last 1 year. We also provide a market linkage and financial support to certain manufacturers who are, small enterprises which need that kind of support so that they can be able to launch TFS in the open market. And we also provide them support for the tendering process so that they are able to, fulfill all the criterias of the tenders and are able to connect to the government for, all those requirements. Taking the efforts, like this is something which we expect from the industry to be, more open about promoting about fortified foods. But we have been, creating certain IC materials for promoting these foods and creating awareness on fortification. In fact, we do some community-led engagement activities and also some certain demonstrations with them to, explain that the normal rice or, normal staples and fortified staples, they are just the same. They don't have any difference in terms of sensory. In fact, they are better in terms of nutrition. Certain IC materials, this is just the snapshot. We have been displaying it, in all the fair price shops, Anganwadi centers, and we are utilizing them during our community awareness program. This is, one of the important thing I feel industry to look also, and we are supporting the industry for on terms of quality assurance, because whatever said and being done, like we say, okay, this is important, we need to address micronutrient deficiency, government has formulated a policy, we are implementing it. But till the time we are not producing a quality product, we are not producing the product as per the FSSAI standards, everything will just go in waste. So the data which Deepti ma'am had shown, NFHS 4 and NFHS 5. NFHS 5 is, far more dangerous than NFHS 4 in terms of anemia. So if we are not producing this quality product, then NFHS 6 will also have no any positive from the what we are today. So what we are doing, we are helping the industry to empanel which are the FSSAI notified labs. We are helping them to, getting the right testing methods for fortified staples. In fact, we are helping them to get +F endorsement also, so that they are in the system, they are producing a quality product. My last slides, it's about our partnerships in India. As I said, we are working with the government, we are working with the industry, and we are also working with, academic partners to ensure that we get a wholesome food at the end of the day. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sakshi. In fact, you did touch upon the quality which we use for fortification. So, although today we are talking about micronutrient deficiency, and using fortification as one of the main strategies to solve it, considering we can reach out to the largest number of population at a very minimal cost, as Ms. Deepti Gulati explained to us very, very lucidly. But I think that in some way we're also talking in silos, in the sense that malnutrition definitely arises from low consumption of micronutrients, but there are many more physiological reasons that also lead to malnutrition. Simpler things like, absence of enough sunlight, hygiene, sanitation, clean water, changes in gut microbiome. Children born to women who undergo C-sections have a different gut microbiome as compared to children born by normal delivery. So there are so many other factors also that are causing malnutrition to become so prominent as a condition that we are trying to address. And I think because clinically when we work with children, of course we work in an urban setting, but even in an urban setting when we work with children and we see the micronutrient deficiencies that these children have, sometimes even macronutrient deficiencies, we realize that it's not just a problem of the quality and variety of food and the availability of food. It is sometimes also a problem of physiology, of the exposure to toxins, of the indiscriminate use of medicines and antibiotics. So there's a lot more that's happening there, contributing to this increased burden of malnutrition. So with the panel here, I would also, of course, fortification is definitely one of the established ways. The government is completely hands-on, and I know that industry is going to partner. and hopefully we'll come out with a very amicable, easy to, address, also something which is easy to comply with, which is quality assured and reaches the last person on the road or the street. Having said that, with all of us here, I thought let us also have a quick round from all three of you on what you think are the other contributory factors to micronutrient deficiencies, and how the things, especially in women and children, can be addressed so that we're not just using food as carrying the micronutrients, but looking, sort of going and correcting backstream what is presenting upstream, So, Ms. Deepti, if you'd like to answer that, please.
Yeah. I think I would like to focus a little more on making things more sustainable and quality assurance. And for that, I really want to share with the group here that I've been working for 44 years and 20 years with the government in building the capacity of the ICDS functionaries, then about 10 years with the World Food Program, where we started with fortification, and 12 years in GAIN. And now I am working as the industry chair professor at NIFTIM. NIFTIM is National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management. It is a deemed university under the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, and it has been designated as an institute of national importance by the Parliament of India. Now, having traveled through the government and donor, being in the university now, I thought that since it is for technology, let's make up systems that are sustainable and scalable. So with the help of the industry partners, Hexagon Nutrition came forward, and NIFTIM, GAIN, that is Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, and Hexagon, together we set up a center of excellence for food fortification at NIFTIM. It has 4 plants there: oil, milk, wheat flour, and rice. So we have set up these 4 plants. Of course, we didn't set up the milk plant, it was already there. The rest of the 3 plants have been set up under the partnership, a living example of how it's a PPP model, which was inaugurated by the Honorable Minister of Food Processing Industry in February, and Rice Fortification Unit was just recently in June inaugurated by the Minister of State for Ministry of Food Processing Industries. And what we are doing is that we are providing training on a very minimal cost to all the industry partners and students and academia who would want to get themselves trained on the process of fortification, like how oil is fortified, how milk is fortified, how wheat flour is fortified, and how fortified rice kernels are formed, manufactured to match the shape, color, texture, and density of the rice with which it is going to be blended, and blending it. So that Center of Excellence for Food Fortification, CEF that we call, continues to announce its programs on LinkedIn also and otherwise. So if any one of you want to send your students or your industry manpower for training, you are most welcome. But fortification would not be making a difference unless until we have quality assured premixes. So at NIFTIM, we have set up a center called IMPAC, which is India Micronutrient Premix Accreditation Center. We are training our NIFTIM faculty into certification processes in partnership with Quality Council of India. And we would be offering our services to the industry partners, specifically to the micronutrient production industry, to get themselves accredited, certified, accredited, so that when on different websites it is stated that these are the industry partners who are producing quality assured micronutrients, then the food industry would be happy, more confident to buy micronutrients from quality assured products and make the food fortification a really good medium for eradicating micronutrient malnutrition, because the quality of micronutrients is assured. Regarding all other things that are impacting micronutrient malnutrition, I think we've talked enough, and whatever was left, that there is, of course, very small percentage of people who are suffering from micronutrient deficiency because of gut biome or other things but yes, they need to be taken care of, and you have already explained. I wouldn't have much to add on to it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that was the commendable work that NIFTIM and Hexagon is doing together. Of course, we keep reading about it also. And as you correctly said, that it's also a chance for the industry and for students to join hands with NIFTIM and learn the right way and have quality assurance, because you also have a quality assurance center besides the certification center. So that's very commendable, and I think the need of the hour also, so thank you for that. Yeah, so maybe, Surbhi, if you'd like to add something to this.
Yeah, sure. So I think very specifically, if we come to malnutrition and micronutrient deficiencies, there are very two clear points that I want to make. First is, as we all have read and we all know, the importance of the 1,000-day period. I think every nutritional or health problem sows its seed at the time of conception, and that is why we always say that the most important period is pregnancy, lactation, and for the child till the time the child is 2 years of age. That is the golden opportunity. When tapped right, definitely leads to a healthy adult. So definitely what the mother is eating when she is pregnant, what she is eating when she is feeding the child, and till the time the child is 2 years of age, that is a very important golden opportunity. And any healthy practice, healthy eating, taking care of the child, taking care of the mother at that time is something that lays basis or foundation for a healthy adult. So that is definitely one. Number two is one thing that I want to focus on is awareness of the beneficiaries. So we all see that all the discussion that we have done today, from the government side, from the development partners, from academia, from scientists, from all these people who want to work for the community, all the necessary things are being done, cereals are being provided, fortified staples are being provided, we are trying to create awareness, but definitely one thing is acceptance. When the consumer per se, any woman, man, child, adult, adolescent, knows about what they are consuming and how it is going to make a positive impact on their health, definitely the demand for that thing will increase. So I think there is a the very important aspect is creating the right messaging and targeting the right age group is something that I think is very important. And we all know that nutrition is a multi-sectoral problem, and we all have been, are, and will continue to work together to combat this in India. We have come a long way, but there is a long way to go as well. Thank you.
Sakshi, can I ask you, you were speaking about quality. So what is the impact of quality on fortification? How crucial is that?
Yeah, so I think that is the most crucial part, because, like as Deepti ma'am has also said, for example, the quality of the premixes. If the premix or the product does not have the right quantity of the nutrients, so everything we talk about, we take back from here, or even government is working on, everything is waste. So till the time your product does not have the right quantity of the nutrients, you will not get the impact of it. So we can show the data of other countries, even India, but if we are not able to get a quality product in our country, then we will not have that data, or we will not have that impact. So quality is the crucial part of entire segment of it.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and just to finish this, I was working in one of the major programs called the National Anemia Eradication Program that we had done with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and with AIMS as a partner. And this was basically with the migrant population in and around Delhi. And basically, we were reaching out to first establish anemia and then do the data survey and then do the fortification and at the same time supplementation. So supplementation was a bigger drive. But I would definitely still want to talk about the fact that when we went to these migrant populations and whatever data was collected, other factors also contributed to micronutrient deficiencies because these migrant families are living in extremely unhygienic conditions. Hookworm infections, multiple infections are highly prevalent, causing, even if we do the fortification and supplementation, sometimes these disease conditions do not allow the micronutrient deficiency to still be completely addressed. So those things also at the same time, providing IEC as you spoke about, IEC as you spoke about, which is giving the consumer or the right person the information that this is the fortified food or this is the supplement which is going to give this desired benefit, making it more acceptable and in demand for the end person is equally important. And at the same time, I think as a nation providing clean water, hygiene, basic sanitation, these are also extremely important to ensure that we do a holistic way of managing malnutrition so that the results are really as promising as we want them to be. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think I was requested if we could, close this because we wanted to break for the next session. But if we have time, we can take a couple of questions. She's talking per kg. Per kg, yeah.
Per kg. So, and the best part is all the industry partners who are fortifying, they are absorbing the cost and not passing it on to the consumer. So that is where we really have to cheer the industry.
Are you sharing this issue,
please.
a very recent one or sometime back? Because this was an issue few years back, but right now I myself am using DFS at my home and I have not seen any discoloration of the food. I'm regularly using DFS at
So
home.
what method is being used to combat the issue?
So basically, see, it's not a discoloration of the product. The iron compound which was going in DFS, it was not very much coated. But now the new formulations which have come in the market, they are, you'll see, you'll not be able to distinguish the premix which is going in iodized salt. So it's as good as, the normal salt. So they are using advanced form of the formulations with a better encapsulation technology.
Here I want to add just one thing from the field. Gain was working in UP on double fortified salt, and there were issues of discoloration. And when we did the evaluation, some very interesting things came out. And I cannot forget that woman's face and how she told me. She says, इससे हमारी सेहत को तो बहुत फ़ायदा हुआ है, हाँ, सब्जी का रंग थोड़ा फीका हो जाता है. तो मैंने कहा फिर कैसा करती हो? तो she says, देखिए जी, अगर हमारे घर में किसी मेहमान ने आना होता है, तो हम दूसरे वाले नमक से बना लेते हैं, और अपने घर में रोज़ खाने को हम यही नमक इस्तेमाल करते हैं क्योंकि इससे हमारी सेहत अच्छी होती है. So people are absolutely brilliant. They find ways to use the products which are healthy for them. And those are the learnings that you get from the field when you talk to people and how it is impacting their health.
And you know, you talk about this awareness. Actually, this is the important aspect. If you are aware that this product will give me good health benefit, you know, so I'll be consuming it. There are many products in the market. Frankly, I don't like green coffee, huh? But you know, if you tell that it has health benefits, people will start consuming it. So that is the awareness we need to, you know, generate in all of us, not even the vulnerable population. Sitting here in, you know, best of our comforts, everyone should be aware of the health benefits of that product. So that will increase the acceptance of the product.
Definitely, thanks.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, team. I'm Ashish Thakur from Nourish Organics. We made organic food, breakfast cereal and other things. I have a question that earlier I go in the SOCHM meeting about the traffic signals and all. So many companies are using traffic signal for the food product and showing their best results. Such kind of thing can we put on the label for this malnutrition, this iron fortified? Companies are using F+ sign, but recently study also said that star rating also coming for this nutritional values, saturated fat, trans fat and such kind of things. So for this iron and other kind of thing, will we do some rating on the packet? It is beneficial for the...
So actually the star rating is, you know, different, plus F is different. For plus F, FSSAI has given out a regulation which is only for the 5 products, milk, oil, wheat flour, rice and salt. So, and if you are fortifying those products with the standards as prescribed in the regulation, you can do with the plus F logo.
Yeah, ma'am.
Star rating is, you know, nothing to do with fortification. It is for all the products. And it is yet in the, you know, drafting stage, and maybe we are not the right person to comment on it. Maybe, you know, the regulatory body is the right body to tell that. But like for star rating, you know, it has nothing to do with the fortification.
Yeah. Earlier I was gone in this.
My apologies, I'll have to come in here. We really have run out of time. Maybe you can catch hold of our panelists during the lunch break. In the interest of time, we really have to break it here. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for all of our panelists here for sharing with us all their expertise. Thank you once again for joining us this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just a half-an-hour break. I'm afraid only half an hour, 30 minutes, and we'll gather here back at 3 o'clock for our next session. And join us back. For those of you who've already had your lunch, thank you for joining us back for our third and last session. I'll request everyone to please get settled. A quick reminder once again to place your phones on a silent mode. In just a few minutes from now, we will start our next session. Thank you. Now our third and final session for today's program is on the way forward to develop and strengthen the agri-nutri-food. Okay, I'm sorry. This was a way forward to develop and strengthen the agri-nutri-food value chain through effective regulatory framework. And I'd like to now invite on stage Mr. Shakti Singh Shekhawat, Associate Director at Nangia Anderson LLP. Dr. Shikha Sharma, Founder and MD, NutriWell Health India Private Limited. Mr. Prabhakar Mishra, Associate Director, Food Regulatory Affairs with Perfetti One Mel India Private Limited. Dr. Sunil Parikh, Director, IQAC, Head of Department of Agriculture and Environmental Studies with NIFTM. Mr. Ravinder Grover, Program Lead at Harvest Plus. And Mr. Sunil Kumar, General Manager, Kejriwal Bee Care India Private Limited, to please join us on the dais. And I'll request all of you to please put your hands together and join me in welcoming them with a round of applause, please. Yes, we can show some energy here. We all just had our lunch. Some energy-packed lunch, so I'm sure everyone's energized for our next session. Thank you. Requesting Mr. Shakti Singh Shekhawat, Dr. Shikha Sharma, Mr. Prabhakar Mishra, Dr. Sunil Parikh, Mr. Grover and Mr. Sunil Kumar to please join us on stage now. Wasting any time, I'll hand over the session to Mr. Shakti Singh Shekhawat, who will be the session chair and moderator. The session on way forward to developing and strengthening the agri-nutri food value chain through effective regulatory framework. Over to you.
So, very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for inviting us for this session, ASSOCHAM. Welcome back. Before we start with today's topic, I would like to give a brief introduction of what the topic stands for, why these three terms, agriculture, nutrition, and food, are written together, and what does it mean when we say value chain, and why agriculture should be the focus area from where we should start these interventions, where nutrition should become a part of our daily diet, and how can we ensure that the most vulnerable population gets nutritional security. First of all, agriculture becomes important because it has a direct influence on a majority of households. As we all know, around 70% of the population of the entire world is rural population, and majority of them are smallholder farmers. And if you have a connect with all this large population, automatically it becomes imperative, and the initiative that you take, it gains enormous importance. Second is pro-poor growth, because we have seen that the agri growth has much more effect on the GDP growth than the non-agri sectors. So it becomes important that agriculture, it has to foster the agriculture sector. We have to foster the agriculture sector if we want nutritional security to be a part of our nation's agenda. Third is agriculture is best placed in both the sectors, and it ensures that the production and consumption of nutritional food is ensured. It is so, I'll give you an example. If we talk about extension services, when somebody goes, an extension worker goes to a farmer and talks about the products that he should use for agricultural inputs and how he can increase the productivity, he can also talk how the consumption of the nutritional food should be increased, how biofortification is an upcoming area. And lastly, because value chain offers diversification and value addition through which nutrition can be introduced, it can be conserved, and efficiency can be introduced throughout the value chain. So when we talk about policy, regulatory, and institutional framework, we talk about a lot of issues, and we'll be discussing a lot of these areas that we should focus on when we talk about policy, regulatory, and institutional framework, which is increased political will and resources, credit and financial support to the farmers, increased stakeholder engagement from multi-sectoral areas, innovations and technology, infrastructure development, market access, information access, organizational linkages, and lastly, strategies and partnerships that we need to build, the incentives that we need to give to the farmer and to the stakeholders, poor and marginal groups, how their issues should be addressed, and food quality and safety standards, how they can be maintained throughout. Now, if I give you a brief model of how policy and public-private partnership and all these regulations can come together to make sure that the value chain effects and efforts are strengthened, we have to start with multi-sectoral programming and planning right from the national regional and local levels. And we have to involve the private sector players through joint assessments, gap analysis, and program reviews. We have to share and generate new knowledge by utilizing these private sector engagement on safe and nutritional product formulation and behavior change. And that is important because through behavior change, we ensure that nutritional practices are adopted by the stakeholders and the end users. And then we strive to develop nutritional sensitive value chains through trainings, food fortification, research and development, and we target high risk communities, reduce vulnerabilities, and increase resilience of our communities. Lastly, when we talk about regulatory control and systems, we have to make sure that quality, compliances, and safety are in place. We have to support expansion of legal frameworks to promote nutritional interventions and monitoring and enforcement. We have to address skill gaps, financial planning, accountability, resource tracking systems, and nutritional and agri programs. And lastly, we cannot have a framework if we don't have data and we don't have the intelligence to decipher what is required at what level, what particular value chain. Therefore, we require a nutritional surveillance system which guides our policies, regulations, and standards, and supports formation and increased capacity of farmers, women, and education groups, because these are the leaders which take it forward. So that is all. This was a brief overview of what we'll be talking about today. Now I want to invite Dr. Shikha Sharma, founder and MD Nutriwell Health India Private Limited. She'll be talking about what are the information gaps and why this agri-nutri food value chain is not an integrated value chain, why is it broken, and what can be done to address it. Ma'am, welcome. You may sit there.
So thank you so much, and firstly I'd like to thank ASSOCHAM for inviting me. So when we talk about agri-nutri value chain, let's look at a very simple thing. Let's look at the bread which you're eating. A lot of us might have had a sandwich. Now, if we really look at the details, the bread, the way it reaches you, it has to be refined, processed, preservatives have to be added. So finally, when you're eating a sandwich, it is giving you hardly any nutrition. It's nutritionally deficient. What are the reasons it's nutritionally deficient? Because when it was processed, the wheat which was used at the level of agriculture was full of pesticides, was full of chemicals, and there is a cancer train which runs from one of the villages of Punjab. So with so much of chemical inside, while it's being growing, there is repeated farming done on the same land. When you do repeated farming on the same land, the nutritional value of the grain only goes down, because that is not the natural way farming was done. There was crop rotation. That means few seasons you would plant wheat and then you would plant something else. That has been completely lost, and every year on the same land, the same crop is grown. That means the sandwich which you have eaten of the wheat will be already nutritional deficient the day it was grown. To compensate for that, farmers used fertilizers. Most of them are not biofertilizers. They are chemical fertilizers. It is as good as having a chemical food. That means the raw material of that sandwich was deficient to start with. Now, when this raw material reached the storage area, there is a lack of storage capacity in our country. In many areas, India is #1 in production, in manufacturing, or in agricultural production. But it never reaches the end customer because it's ruined, or it deteriorates, or pests eat it, because we don't have storage facility. We don't have enough storage in the country. So we grow a lot and we throw it away because it decays. Similarly, to transfer food from one area to another. We need enough trains, we need additional bogies which are transporting this food from one sector to another, one area to another, sorry. We don't have enough of that transportation. So lot of perishable items, which could be fruits, vegetables, are destroyed. They never reach the end consumer. So what does a farmer do? Sell at a slashed rate, which is not worth his time. Which means that they will not prefer to grow fruits and vegetables. They would prefer to grow something which has a longer life. That means the whole diversity in our plate is disappearing. Because we don't have processing units near the farm. And we don't have enough transportation to get those foods to the end consumer. So second loss. Third loss, the way we are refining and processing. If we look at wheat, which is a reasonably healthy food, despite what we are saying that it has lower nutritional value and it has chemicals. But when we process, we remove all the vitamins and minerals. When the wheat is converted into flour, which is maida, white flour, 95% of its nutritional value is lost. The only thing which is left is starch. That starch upsets the insulin, and that is why India has become the diabetic capital of the world. Because we are having too much of starch. If instead of a sandwich you were having white rice, the same problem. Right from manufacturing, to transportation, to storage, to refining and processing, at every level the nutritional value is reducing. So what is the end result? End result is inflation, rising prices, malnutrition. So that is one area where I wanted to bring to you that just enhancing production is not going to help. The entire value chain has to be developed, which also means that the processing and refining have to be looked at with fresh eyes. You cannot be processing and refining where you are removing 95% of the value. Let's look at another area, oils. The refined oil which we consume, the oil is taken out using several chemical processes which are not good for the body. Which means that the traditional processes, which was cold pressing, are almost dying out. If we are going to be consuming refined oils, which have in the processing extraneous elements which are harmful for our bodies, then those refined oils will not be nutritionally useful for us. Along with that, if in our country we get a lot of palm oil, which is not natural to our country, it's going to cause heart problems. So this is one part of the story. The second part of the story is the increased usage of convenience foods. Human beings by design love convenience. If you can take a bike or a bus or a car, nobody likes to walk. And there could be several reasons. Paucity of time, there are no walking areas, the climate, the heat, the dust, traffic issues. So eventually we all go towards convenience. And one of the things I think all of us are guilty of is we are not giving time for us to have a proper meal. Most of us are eating in a hurry, between meetings, during meetings. So we are not giving us even a time to eat properly. So what happens? We are having foods which we can eat quickly, because even if, I think none of us take salads to lunch because salad takes time. Even if we want to eat salad, it'll take time, and we only have 5-10 minutes of lunch which we want to finish quickly. So anything which you have to chew is given up, and anything which you can literally inhale very quickly, which is soft, we start choosing. So what is the result? The reason I was saying inhale was how fast people eat because they're in a hurry, because there is a next meeting. So swallow. So that is where I think as a society we have to take a relook at that. Other than the tangible things, which is actual quality of food, which is actual manufacturing, we also have to look at the intangibles, which is the process between the dots. So I think we are forgetting that we are not connecting the dots properly, from agriculture to processing to distribution to consumption. We are not connecting the dots. It's a disconnected ecosystem. It's not a connected ecosystem. And finally, I would say education. If we look at today, you ask anybody, any child, they would have a fairly good idea of history, civics, geography, political science, cartoons. They would know everything. But if you ask them one question about nutrition, they don't know. You ask them one question about their own body, which they are living, they don't know. Why is healthcare not part of elementary education is one big question I have not been able to understand. Why is nutrition not taught from KG to class 12? Why is the human body not taught from KG to class 12? Why should bio be a separate science? Bio is our bodies. Bio is what we experience, what we are living. Why should it be part of a different stream? Why can't we understand our bodies and let not our human body be taught from KG to class 12? So those are the questions in my mind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have talked about natural foods and how they are important in the entire value chain. And then you have talked about connecting the dots, which is very important. And that's why we are talking about value chains. But I cannot help but pose this question to you, ma'am, that we have been listening about nutrition and nutritious food and value chain since morning. Suppose you were sitting on a national nutrition panel today. What is one recommendation that you give to the government that they should introduce as a policy or a regulatory framework which will really help in connecting the dots?
So the first thing I would say to the as a policy is that nutrition has to be taught from KG. And nutrition has to become like a fundamental right. It has to be taught from KG, that's number one. Number two, we also have to understand that while convenience foods will grow and nothing can stop it, we also have to incentivize industries which are making healthy foods. Because if we don't incentivize industries which are making healthy foods, see, manufacturing and getting healthy food on the table is slightly more expensive, let's be honest. It's not as cheap as putting tons of sugar and giving something. So the industry needs some incentive to be able to run its businesses. So that's where I think two things I would recommend.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now I like to introduce Mr. Ravindra Grover, who is Program Head Harvest Plus. And his organization is known for biofortification efforts throughout the country. And today I think he'll be touching upon biofortification as a concept. He would, I think, make our audience aware about what is the difference between biofortification and fortification. So,
Thank you very much. First of all, before I start, I guess my request to ASSOCHAM will be to also arrange for a memento for people who sit beyond the lunchtime to listen to speakers like us. That's an amazing task that you are doing. It's really amazing. I would like to start with the basics. And Dr. Shikha very rightly mentioned about the sandwich. Let's start the story from there. So the sandwich she talked about, which lacks nutrition. And who's to be blamed for that? The sandwich mein se nutrition chala gaya. So what did we do to take away the nutrition from the sandwich? It was nutritious many years back, but it lagged. Now it's not nutritious anymore. So what has happened in the background? I guess we were trying to solve one problem, which was, looming on our head at that time, where we said probably we will not have adequate food for our people. And we were trying to solve this problem. So scientists of this country and worldwide put their head together and came up with varieties which are high yielding, which are giving higher yield compared to the regular varieties. And all of us embraced it because that was the most practical solution at that time. And we kept on doing it. In the process, we made our country food secure. But then, if some of you are from genetics background, they'll understand there is always a penalty when you breed for a trait. So the penalty that we paid was in terms of nutrition. So our foods, particularly the staples like rice, wheat, maize, are no more nutritious. And now why does it matter? The simple question could be, someone can say, oh, but we are talking about diversification. My grandfather told me that your plate should look like a rainbow. Yes, it should. But then there are many people outside this hall who are still only eating 2 chapatis at a night and sleeping. And there is 60% community that's out there and is simply doing it. So there is a least common denominator which I need to take care of. And I'll come to this point that this is not a problem only, by the way, limited to them. This is also affecting us. But let's talk about them first. So there are people in this country and the world who are only eating wheat, rice, or maize, and that's it. Now, it's our responsibility to bring nutrition back to these foods. And one of the ways to do it is probably, like Dr. Shikha mentioned, we need to connect the dots. And this whole agri-value chain journey has to start from the starting point. And the starting point here, as all of us will agree, is the seed. Now, the question that we posed ourselves, our founder posed actually himself in 2005, he asked, is there a way, is there anything that we can do to plants so that they start working for human health? And with this whole concept, we came up with this very weird, heavy-looking terms called biofortification, for the want of better creativity. But so we came up with this concept where we said, why don't we build varieties which have ability to absorb more nutrition from the soil and are relatively nutritious for the people? And since then, I guess we have developed as an organization nearly more than 400 varieties which are there popular in 40 countries. Nearly 65 million households are today eating these biofortified varieties. In India, we are slightly lacking behind. We are excelling in many fronts, but this is an area where we are probably, if you look at Pakistan, a neighboring country, around 25% of the wheat that's eaten in Pakistan is today biofortified, which means it has 33% more zinc than the regular wheat that's available. If you go to Bangladesh, particularly northern Bangladesh, there are areas like Rangpur division where you will find that 40% of the people eat red-colored rice. So that red-colored rice is nothing but a variety which is higher in zinc and iron. So there's a lot that's happening. If you go to Indonesia, government themselves has made it mandatory that the biofortified rice should be the part of public distribution system. So around us, there's a lot of development. India is not lagging behind. I'm not saying. In fact, our Prime Minister, during the last FAO event, dedicated 17 biofortified varieties to the nation. But then, I guess as far as policy is concerned, there's much more that needs to be done. So I will touch upon the regulatory and the policy environment. How is it panning out for this technology? And because I guess our panel is about how's the regulatory environment. Throughout the world, as you would have understood, that this is a no-brainer. It is like someone giving you a smartphone for the price of a feature phone. I mean, so you will definitely not say no to it. So the good part is these varieties don't require farmers to make any changes in their farming practices. So they just grow the crops the way they were growing earlier, and they get more nutritious food. So it is basically reforms by stealth, because that is the way probably that works with us Indians more. If I come up with something, if tomorrow I'm sure if I say your Coca-Cola contains vitamin A and zinc, you will stop drinking it. Because it's very easy to sell chips and colas and thing and all that. Moment you say health product, then our brain switches off. All of us talked about everything nutrition, and then we went and ate on a full plate of rice only. And because that's what we love talking about nutrition, but we go by taste. So, but then on the policy front, there's plenty of things. Those are being done. I'll give you some examples from Africa. In Africa, a country like Tanzania, it's been made mandatory that biofortified foods, particularly maize and beans, are mandatorily part of school feeding programs there. And I mentioned to you about Bangladesh, where Bangladesh now government has started public procurement of zinc rice. So there's plenty that's being done. On a regulatory front in India, when we started to take these varieties to the people, some of the challenges that we faced, and then we came up with some solutions. First regulatory challenge was that there were no set of standards for these grains. So when we went to the larger corporates and told them, why don't you help commercializing? You are such a powerhouse. If you say people are buying chips, if you will say people will buy healthy foods as well. They said, you know, the first question that they came up with, what are the standards? How will I buy? Give me the yardstick. And that was missing at that time, probably a couple of years back. So we worked with British Standard Institute and came up with a set of standards for zinc, iron, and vitamin A biofortified varieties. So that was the first roadblock. I guess we are nearly there, but I guess more work needs to be done in collaboration with FSSAI in kind of popularizing those standards. The other challenge that we are still facing is, some of you who are from food industry will appreciate that there's still ambiguity as far as food labeling guidelines are concerned, particularly for the newer categories which are not so mature. And so that challenge we are also facing are the private sector players who are interested in adopting biofortified varieties are slightly confused. How should they label this product? What is permitted and what is not? So that's another area we are again working with FSSAI to resolve this point around food labeling guidelines. We have prepared a draft set of food labeling guidelines, and we are in discussion to get those endorsed at this moment. So this is primarily the challenge on the regulatory front that we are facing. When we started this journey, we started with the rural households in mind who are growing and consuming their own food. But post-COVID, we are seeing immense amount of demand coming from the urban sectors as well, particularly when doctors started prescribing zinc. And then, you know, we heard all kind of house remedies helping us during COVID. People started asking, is there a way that you can naturally add zinc to my food? And then that's where when we started talking about zinc wheat, which is having 30% more zinc than the regular zinc and can take care of 50% of the daily dietary needs of a person. People have started asking more about it. We also have another crop, which is iron pearl millet, again, which is rich in iron. And as you know, that millets have got a lot of traction. So iron-based millets is another area that's catching up. And I guess I will like to appreciate the startups who have done a significant amount of work in making these millets look cool. I was discussing with someone, I said our grandfathers ate millets. And we are not eating because our grandfathers ate. So it is grandfather's thing, why should I eat? Now, then, you know, a startup like Slurp Farm or someone else came and they made it look cool. And that's how we have started eating it again. And in fact, if Slurp Farm guys are there, I'm not endorsing for you, by the way. My son, who's 5-year-old, is such a big fan of Slurp Farm. In fact, I got to know about the company by them, you know, because he asked for always a millet-based baking mix. And then I realized because probably it uses a coarse cereal, it gives good texture to the cake. But I'll again like to compliment these companies, you know, who are creating these products. And I guess if kids start liking these products, that means you are doing something right, you know, because they are going to be your permanent consumers going forward. But coming back to the point, I guess this is a space that is evolving. There are regulatory challenges on the guidelines and the standards. We are slowly licking it up. But I'll pause here, and I'm sure there'll be many questions around the thing. We'll save some time for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just one thing that I want to know, all of us know here that India and Indian policy and regulatory framework has struggled with new concepts like GMOs, genetically modified crops, and India being a diverse country, there are a lot of dietary diversifications and diversity. Would it be possible to extend biofortification beyond a few staples?
Okay, a good question, Shakti. In fact, there are two questions. One is around GMO and other is extending it beyond staples. So I think I'll take both the questions. Thanks for asking me about GMO, because that's an elephant in the room that we should be addressing in the first place. Biofortified crops that we develop are non-GMO, short answer. The long answer is, can biofortification be done through GMOs? Yes, it can be done. It can be done through 3 primary methods. A, conventional breeding. And again, because some of you are not agriculture, so let me try to demystify it for you. It is like this. There is a tribe where people are naturally tall. And then there is another tribe where people are naturally handsome. There's another tribe where people are naturally dark. We keep on marrying people in these three tribes till the offspring becomes tall, dark, and handsome. And that's what biofortified varieties are for you. They are varieties which are naturally climate smart and are better placed to take the benefits. They are non-GMO, not that we are against GMO or for GMO, but we go by the land of the law. Countries and the population choose what do they want to eat, and I guess in most of the countries, people don't like GM to be associated with GMOs. It's also an advantage from a regulatory perspective because they are non-GMO, so there are no additional regulations, the hurdles that you have to cross. So it also helps from a commercialization perspective. Now, the second question that you asked is about, is it possible to go beyond staples? Of course, it is possible. There are many more crops where biofortification is being done. But we as an organization, we are a development sector organization. We don't have a commercial motive. So our focus remains the population, the masses. So that's why we focus on staples, because like I told you, there is a population who can only afford staples. Yeah, and apple a day can keep the doctor away. Not all doctors, but then apple is not affordable for many. So, we need to do something to make people healthy who can only eat staples.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. At this point, I would like to bring in Dr. Sunil Parekh, who is Director IQAC at NIFTM. Sir, if you could throw some light on what kind of post-harvest wastages are there, both in terms of quantity and in terms of nutrition.
Okay. So, thank you, Dr. Shekhawat. As we are around the agri-food value chains and what are the regulatory challenges before the agri-food value chains. And here itself the question starts with the ecology, with the nutrition, and also with the post-harvest losses and the food waste. So all four are the interconnected things. And now we are in the era where we can say that our Indian agriculture is from agro-industry sector to the agro-ecology sector. And now we are talking about the organic farming, natural farming, and some other similar kind of the words. And Government of India has now emphasized on the ecology and sustainability of the agriculture and how we can reduce the post-harvest losses as well as the food losses in our country. So first thing is in our mind that in the developing countries or in the undeveloped countries, post-harvest losses and the food losses maybe the more, and in the developed countries it will be less. But it is again a myth. The post-harvest losses in the developed countries, in the developing countries, as well as in the undeveloped countries, all are around the same. It is in between 30% to even the 40% or up to the 50% if you jogger down all these losses and sum up all these losses. In our country, the previous study said that our post-harvest losses is around 20%. Earlier we talked that it is 30% or the 33%, but now it is come down to the 20%. But if you add the food wastage also in the losses, then it is around the 30% or even the more. So if you see the developing countries and the developed countries, only the pattern of the losses are different. In the developed countries, because they have the better technology, they have the better cold chain management practices and better infrastructure, therefore their losses are less in the supply chain management, but their losses are more on the plate. So there are the more food waste rather than the post-harvest losses. But if you go in the sub-Saharan countries, where the food is even a rare thing, then there is the no food waste in the plate, but there is the waste during the even just after the production and in the supply chain management due to the lack of the infrastructure and the lack of the technologies. So, but if you see overall losses, then it is equal throughout the world. So this is again the challenge, that how we can reduce the losses also. So if we talk about these value chains here, then now we are moving from a food deficient state to the food sufficient stage, and then we talk about the food security, and now we are in the era of the food security to the nutritional security. So we now discussed on the safe value chains. So whether the safe value chains are possible, whether the food safety is an issue in our country, and whether how we can reduce the nutritional losses as well in the supply chain management and the value chains. So now we are focusing from production to the food safety and the nutritional value. We shifts from the production to the post-harvest handling and the processing, and then consumption. And rather than we can say the responsible consumption, which is the need of the hour. So our agricultural and the processed products value chain is just starts from the production itself. And now our country has the full-fledged regulations with the INDIGAP. So we have our own system. Earlier we have only the Euro gaps or the global gaps, but now we have the INDIGAP certification system here with the Quality Council of India. I was the member of that task force, and we have managed all these things, and now we come out with the full-fledged regulations with the INDIGAP. But here again the problem is that it is just a voluntary certification. It is not a mandatory certification. So there are the many problems, and now our country is taking the lead with the WHO FAO Codex standards for majorly 3 crops: okra, potato, and aubergine. And now we are the leaders in the world. The other regulatory framework is with the seeds. So agriculture starts from the seeds itself, and we have the better seed input management system in our country now, because the traceability is one of the major part which taken into account, and now we have the seed bar coding system for the seed certification also, and seed quality testing laboratories, seed certification laboratories are there even at the block levels, and the certification system is much more robust than the earlier systems. Our previous speaker has introduced you about the biofortified crops, and our Prime Minister has released the 17 biofortified crops in our country. And yes, there should be the different labeling for the biofortified crops. We do agree with that. I am also in the panel of FSSAI, who is looking after all these works, and we have seriously discussed on all these issues that how we can introduce these biofortified with the different labeling systems, and if the processed products are made from these biofortified crops, then how we can label them and how we can introduce in the society. The other very important aspect in the value chain is the pesticide input management. And in the pesticide input management, now we have the pesticide stock management portal also at the government level. We have the quarantine information systems also. We have full-fledged our quarantine centers, and for the new molecules, we have the other policy now from the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. So all these systems are there, and the better SOPs are there in our country. But unfortunately, the bill on the pesticide management bill, which is long pending in the parliament due to some political reasons, and unless or until if this bill not comes as an act, up to that time we facing the problem in the pesticide management. But with the pesticide management and for the safer value chains, biostimulants is one of the key agents, and these biostimulants country does not have any regulations up to the last year on the biostimulants, and you see that various furious organic biochemicals are in the market. There are the various neem-based products in the market, but they are not effective because we don't have the regulatory system on the biostimulants also. So now Government of India has come out with the full-fledged policy with the biostimulants, and we have the regulations on the biostimulants in the country. And now we have the different society, full-fledged society of the biostimulant insecticides in the country. The other very important aspect for the regulation in the supply chain is the nano-agricultural products. And now our country has leader in the world as a nano-fertilizer. And by this nano-fertilizer of the IFCO, you believe that in the coming year, there is the 13.7 million tons of the conventional urea saved by the use of this nano fertilizer. So you can see that how much fertilizer we can save and how much your toxicants which are introduced, which are coming in your food, we can save in our country only. And then we face some regulations, regulation type issues in the your agri input sector and as well as in the nano food products. We have the regulation only for the packaging where the migration studies are there. But here the nano-based agri input and the food product regulation and the guidelines are come out by the Department of the Biotechnology now, and we have the full-fledged regulations with the FSSAI also and from the Government of India also. So now we are in the next era, next generation foods where we can introduce the nano foods also in the market, and there is no problem. So you can see some of the examples like the tip-top up omega-3 fatty acid rich breads in the Australia, or the canola active oil. We are also using the canola oil, but due to the non-availability of the regulations in the nano sector, we cannot allow these in our market. But now we have the regulations in our country, and you see that by introducing this canola active nano oil, you can reduce the cholesterol intake by the 14%, or in the nano green tea, we all consume the green tea because of the higher antioxidants and the polyphenols. But here you can see the comparison. If this green tea is made by using the nanotechnology, then its polyphenol levels are 105 mg per serving, and in the simple green tea, there is only the 10 mg. So there are the 10 times or the 11 times higher polyphenols you will get, and thanks to the DBT that they come out with the policy and the guidelines, and now we can consume all these things. The next year will be the International Millets Year 2023, and India has taken the lead in this also. In the FAO and in the UN, we have proposed this year, and even in the 2018, Indian government has declared the year of millets, and in this year of millets, we did remarkable job here, and we come out with the Gazette notification which declares millets as a nutri-cereals. So after that Gazette notification, we have presented our case in the United Nations, and now the next year will be the our International Millets Year, and thereby we can popularize our indigenous wealth in the agriculture also. The other very important area is the plant-based foods. And now the surveys are said that after the COVID, even the non-veg population wants to convert them into the vegetarian. And we know that how the vegetarian diet is helpful in our daily life. So you can see here that by the plant-based foods, and at present we are killing 65 billion animals annually per year. That is the huge number. So how we can save them and how we can save ourselves? For that, this is the new market. You can see this is the meatless meat. This is the plant-based meat products, where the looks, your taste, then your texture, everything is just like as the non-veg product, but these are made from the your plant-based products. Particularly the soybeans and some of the pulses are using in that products. Even your jackfruit is also using. So your market size is 2,000 crore rupees annually at present, and our estimated size is 40,000 crore rupees in the next 10 years. So there is the huge demand for that, but we need some regulations. And here again there is the debate on these regulations also, that most of the startups are coming into this, and they want some relaxation in the regulations, whereas your big companies, ITC, they want some robust regulations. So government is thinking about that how the regulations can be made for all these to solve out all these problems. And now in the world, there is the debate on the cultured meat also. And it is also the one part of the value chain. And this cultured meat means you will take the cells from the animal, and then the meat will be produced in the lab only. In our country, we have not yet permitted this cultured meat, but yes, in the coming years, we can also think on that. But how the ethical issues are there that need to be settled down. So all these are in the mind, and in the next era, maybe with the cultured meat. In the previous session, we have talked a lot about the fortification, and yes, there are the 5 things which everyone can eat. If I eat wheat, you can eat, you may eat rice, or the salt, or edible oils, or the milk, and now the wheat flour is also fortified. Rice is also fortified with the iron or the folic acids and the vitamins, and the double fortified salt is there. We all use the iodine fortified salt, but now the iron and the iodine fortified salt is there. Then the edible oil is also fortified with the vitamin A and D, and the milk is also fortified. So you see this business of the malnutrition, and it is too high. 1,675 crore rupees, it is the estimated in the rice fortification. In the wheat fortification, almost 500 crore rupees. In the milk fortification, more than 1,000 crore rupees annually. So this is the very high business. And you see the FSSAI standards for the fortification, and we have the full regulations, we have the full standards for the fortifications, and due to that, now it is mandatory even in the PDS systems. So to reduce the post-harvest,
if you could conclude.
So to reduce the post-harvest infrastructure and the market linkages, we have the enough system with the in-name platforms. We should be modernize the markets for the cold chain infrastructure. Then market reforms are there. Unfortunately, it was not made in the parliament, and the decision was back out from these reforms also. Then the broad connectivity to the Gram Panchayats and all these things. And agri-market reforms, we all know that how the futuristic marketing is also there in our country. And we have the regulations on the futuristic marketing also. Then the other one is the contract farming. And with the contract farming only, we can come in the better processing sector, because we need a sizable amount, we need a similar quality of the raw material, and that can be produced by the contract farming only. The other important area is the national program on this space technology for the agriculture, and we are using better space technology now. And when the problem arises, solution is there. In the last 2 years, we faced the problem of the locust, and after that, how we can utilize the drones in the agriculture, that was considered, and now we have the regulations that utilization of the drones in drone application in the agriculture also. Then the digital agriculture is one of the major mandate, and where the blockchain is into the center, and we can trace all these value chains, supply chains, by the use of these blockchain and all other your ABCD technologies, I can say artificial intelligence, then the blockchains, then the cloud, and the big data analysis also there. So all these we are utilizing in the restaurant digitization, and many of the startups are coming for the restaurant digitization also. And similarly in the food processing sector with the Sampada Yojana and some other PMKY also. So issue is the implementation. We have the regulations in most of the sectors, but issue is the implementation. You can see in the fruit ripening, our consignments are rejected by the foreign countries. Even in our country, artificially ripened mangoes, you can see these were destroyed. In the Tamil Nadu also, in the Punjab also, and our consignments was rejected by the EU and the Europe due to the utilization of this ethafone or your calcium carbide also. The other debate
sorry
is
to interrupt, sir, that is
just
all the time that we have.
So the other regulations we need on the color foods and the food colors, and we are confused on, and various food is marketed in the name of the your color foods, but these are using the artificial colors only. So we are still confused in the genetically modified crops and the processed, genetically modified processed foods and the gene editing technologies. But now we permitted the gene editing technology in our country, and we have the regulations, and government has given the clearance for utilization of the gene editing in the crop breeding also. So now we have many regulations are there, and yes, we need some regulations in the future also, where we can be in the safe zone, that how we can utilize all these new technologies in the to improve the our agri-nutri food value chains. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. That was indeed very informative. I mean, I at least cannot think of any more query on the subject. So I hope our audience agrees, and we'll find out later. But now I would like to introduce Mr. Prabhakar Mishra, who is Associate Director, Food Regulatory Affairs, Perfetti. And I would invite him to give his presentation. So you can talk about areas in which your organization is supporting and how we can take it forward, and what do you think of regulation as an overall hindrance to the business?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Shakti. So basically, all the panelists so far has said a lot about the nutrition and nutritional food. Good food is vital to good health, and nutrition is basically what we take as a food, but which fulfills our dietary needs, means need of the body in terms of dietary. So in case there is poor nutrition, then there will be reduced immunity, increased susceptibility to the diseases, and reduced productivity. So it is really very much important to have nutritious food. As per the National Family and Health Survey data, approx 35.5% of the children are malnutrition in India. So, and as well as there is also anemia, means people are anemic in our country. The data shows that 67% of the children under 5 years are anemic, and 59% of adolescent girls are also anemic, 31% adolescent boys are anemic. So as Dr. Parikh said that FSSAI is working to tackle this issue of anemia. There are foods which are being fortified, and there is a standard under FSSAI wherein food business operator can fortify the staple foods like rice and wheat flour, then edible oil is there, double fortified salt, and yeah, so these are the actually staple foods which can be fortified by the FBOs and can be consumed by the mass to overcome the malnutrition and overcome the state of anemia which is prevalent in our country. So Perfetti as a company, through our CSR program, we are supporting the initiative of FSSAI. So we had very recently conducted a program in J&K, Ladakh, Kargil, Leh, Nubra Valley, Turtuk Valley, and we are also associating with them for Puducherry, wherein we conduct a program, and as per their local palatability, the food is prepared with fortified rice, and then it is served to the people there, and feedback is taken. So the basic idea or basic objective of conducting such program is that to make them ready that there is no difference in terms of taste and palatability when it comes to fortified food and normal food. So that is where we are associated, we are contributing to this subject. And as of now, FSSAI has more than 70 standardized foods. As ma'am also said, primary food is not under the scope of FSSAI. So when it reaches the warehouse or stock is distributor, then it comes to FSSAI and then it's gone. And FSSAI in 2011, they in fact notified the requirements of nutritional labeling. At that time, there were just 4 parameters: carbohydrates, sugar, protein, and fat. And in case of hydrogenated fat, it was required to declare trans fat and saturated fat. But in 2020, they have overhauled their labeling regulations, wherein they have introduced some more parameters like sodium, cholesterol, saturated fatty acid, trans fatty acids. And they have also introduced percentage contribution to the requirement of fat, calorie, sodium, trans fat, saturated fat in a day. So for example, if you pick up a pre-packaged food from market, starting 1st July, if it is produced after 1st July, then it should have all these details and also per serve percentage contribution. So per serve percentage contribution is calculated basis 2000 kilocalorie, which is needed by an average adult in India, and fat maximum 67 gram, saturated fat 22 gram, trans fat 2 gram, and sodium 2000 milligram in a day. Basis that, the manufacturers calculate their per serve percentage contribution. So there is informed choice in front of the consumer. So they can make a choice what nutrition, what calorie it is needed by the consumer. At the same time, for the food business operator, there are also nutraceuticals, health supplements, and then prebiotics, probiotics, which also play an important role in managing various sort of discrepancies or deficiencies in the human being. So companies, ABOs are producing such foods which are there in the market. Particularly, probiotic is really very much needed because that helps in absorptions of the nutrients in our gut. So there are several probiotic foods in, yeah. Yeah. So prebiotics basically precursor to the probiotic. So prebiotic substances are like inulin, polydextrose, etc., etc. So basically the fibers which we intake. Probiotics are microorganisms which are needed in our microgut, and they support in absorption of the various nutrients. So you might have seen Yakult's product, which is there in the shelf in market. So it's a Japanese. Yeah, that's true. So, to overcome the malnutrition in India, so we know that under CDS program, food is served to the children in schools. So maybe fortified food is served to them. And sir also talked about biofertilizers. So if it is, these things are included and incorporated in our farming sector itself, so that there is inbuilt nutrients or nutrient-rich farming, rather than we add as a supplement, means how rice is fortified, you know. So rice is basically milled, then extruded after mixing some nutrients, zinc or iron or whatsoever it is. Then it is, after extrusion, it looks like rice, but it's very easy to distinguish between normal rice and fortified rice. So there was a myth in the mass that it's a plastic rice. So just to bust that myth, FSSAI is conducting the session across India, that it's not plastic rice, but it's a fortified rice. And one rice in 100 rice, normal rice, it will be present there. So in case it is getting inherited from the crop itself, then of course it will be beneficial to the mass, rather than getting it added at the manufacturer's end. So that is what I wanted to share with respect to the regulatory framework. So wherever standards are there, for example, wheat, rice, and any fruit product is there. So FSSAI has got a standard, but as regards to biofertilizer made crop or produce like that, so it's not actually under the scope of FSSAI, because primary food is not in their scope as per the FSS Act. So the separate authority has to be there to take up that.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing up that point that a separate authority is needed. But as you said, consumer has a choice. We would like to know whether the private organizations have a choice, and that is the question that I want to actually pose to Mr. Sunil Kumar, who is General Manager of Kejriwal Bee Care India Private Limited. Hello. Yeah. So, Mr. Sunil, if you could throw some light on how private organizations like yours could collaborate with government to ensure nutritional security, and what are the hindrances?
गुड इवनिंग, नमस्ते, जय हिंद। मैं चाहूँगा कि आप सब अब खाना खाकर आए हैं, सो यू शुड स्पीक लाउडली। गुड इवनिंग। यस, थैंक यू। So I am Sunil Kumar. I represent a company called as Kejriwal Bee Care India Private Limited. Our brand name is Nature's Nectar, and we are the largest exporter of honey from India. For last 18 years, for last 26 years, we have been exporting honey from this country, and we have exported more than 18,000 tons per year. So coming to the question of the Shakti straight away, I'll answer that first, and then I'll later on move on to the other points. So looking at the government supports, so I will take the example of a product that we launched recently. This is a product called as Honey Chew. Now we have dehydrated honey and have added ginger or mango pulp or orange to it and have made it very tasty and very healthy. So since morning there has been talks of fortifying the food. So this is first example of a small product where we have fortified it naturally. We have taken honey, we have just taken out the moisture. We have dehydrated the honey. We have added the orange or mint or ginger flavor to it, and have made it very tasty. So this product, when we launched, our purpose was that as we are talking about nutrition, as we are talking about malnutrition, we are talking about unhealthy food. So we are talking about the obesity. As we are saying that the easiest target of obesity and the malnutrition are children and pregnant women or the youngsters. So what we observed that people are eating quick food, people are eating lot of starch, people are eating candies full of sugar. So you cannot stop people from eating that, because human mind, human tongue, human taste is such that it gets attracted towards sugar or sugary products automatically. So we thought of bringing this product where we have basically put the calories also at the back. There are only 8 calories in it. It has 4 grams of honey, and it's a quick snack, and you can consume it at any point of time. Also there is ginger in it. So when COVID was there, a lot of coughing was around. So we basically we didn't promote it with the fear of COVID. We just told people that it's an instant solution to your dry cough or the other kind of cough that you have. So looking at the government support, so I will request government that we in India have a big segment called as religious tourism. We all go to Amritsar Golden Temple, we all go to Mata Shrine Board, Vaishno Devi, we all go to Sai Baba Temple and so many places. I know we can't do away with laddu, but laddu can't be carried along for longer period of time. They get spoiled, they get fungus. So we'll request government that they should use this product as a prasada or as a small kind of token for pilgrims. Another usage could be at the peak heights, where our soldiers are standing for 24 hours, 36 hours without food, because those places, we can't carry the food, we can neither serve the food, and we can neither cook the food. So this is an instant food of energy. This is an instant energy. This is an instant food. So we'll request government to give us support that we can give it to our army people or the Air Force people or Navy people who are without food for many days, especially during the war. Third thing which I want to say is that we have many people from nutrition field here. We have many parents, we have many youngsters, we have many old second, third generations also. So my request is that try to give children honey. Replace sugar with honey, because sugar and salt, these are the two biggest enemies of the human being right now on the earth. There was a time when people used to consume regulated or a controlled amount of sugar and salt. Now the consumption is haywire. So the best way to tackle this is bring back honey. आपको मैं छोटी सी बात बताता हूँ. Honey bee consumes 8 grams honey, covers up the entire earth. 8 grams शहद खा के she covers the entire earth. So see the energy this beautiful product has. In fact, it is a superfood. Another thing which I want to tell you about honey is that our body needs 85 kind of minerals or nutrients. Out of those 85, 84 are there in honey. The only thing is that it has to be pure. It has to be, you know, unadulterated. So that is the answer to your question, Shakti.
Thank you, Sunil sir. So we understand that what kind of support is needed, and of course regulation and marketing and has to be done. Government has to support and find out new avenues for organizations like you so that they can flourish. Now I request our audience if they have any questions to pose. Yeah, ma'am. Can you give a mic there quickly? What we'll do is you can direct either the question to the panelist, or you can just ask us a general question and we can sort of toss it around and see who wants to answer any which way. But keep the question very brief and kindly refrain from making general statements.
Okay.
Yes, we do. We run the largest organic honey project in Asia at Sundarbans. Yes. We have the largest organic honey project at Sundarbans. Right now it is under audit process. But for last 10 years, we have been exporting over 900 tons of organic honey from India.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
My name is Rajaratnam. I am requesting one small suggestions and help from Dr. Sunil Parikh. So we are focusing, I'm talking about the milk industry, and also, you know, India is become #1 in the milk production as a whole world. Now what happened recently, there is a decision that government want to support only cooperatives. I'm very happy, yes, it can be done. As of today, the unorganized sector in milk is more than 60%. More than 60%. If cooperative is working for the past 6 years, they could not able to achieve the 60, converting, they come to the level of only conversion of 40%. The remaining 60% has not been done. So unless until if cooperative and then corporate comes together, then only is possible for us to convert the unorganized sector into organized sector. You all know about what is the fate of this milk of many food items which is handled by the unorganized sectors. So now we request you and also the Ashocham kindly come forward to help so that the corporate can also come into the fold of converting the unorganized sector to organized sector. Next question, what happened? You may ask a question to me also. Why cooperative want to stop it? Cooperative is nothing but only you take money from the income tax payers like you and me and put in the cooperative sector in the form of subsidy, in the form of some other activity. Ultimately where it goes to the politicians. I'm sorry to say there are some good cooperative like Amul.
Sir,
I salute you.
Sir, sorry, what is your question, sir?
My question is there, how we can able to help the
cooperative come together with the private.
Exactly, that's what I want to say. Okay.
Thank you. We'll take that, and probably, ma'am, you can go ahead and we'll then see.
Try to be brief, but there are a few points I'd like to make.
Yeah, sure.
My name is Komal. I come from the SML Group. We're an ag inputs company. Just to lay out a few facts, and Mr. Ravindra Grover pointed out that it starts with the seed, right? Because you need to go to the source, and the way we farm is the way we eat. Today, the way we look at it, nutrition to plants and nutrition to human has been segregated as two different disciplines, because we are not looking at farming in a way to serve the human dietary requirements. The country consumes synthetic fertilizers to the tune of $28 billion worth of subsidy being paid by the country, which is the nation's money, which is every citizen's money, which is being spent on that. But if you look at how the Green Revolution started, it applied only 2 nutrients, that is N and P, nitrogen and phosphorus, but ignored all the other nutrients which are required from a day-to-day functioning of the human body.
Yeah. So, ma'am, you are saying is that...
my question is, I'll come to my question. The country consumes 2 lakh tons of zinc sulfate today, right, which is equivalent to treating 40 million hectares of paddy. And we've yet not solved the deficiency in paddy. And all farmers are aware of this deficiency. So my question is, how can the food industry work possibly with the fertilizer ministry to change this trend so that you can actually address the nutritional needs of the country rather than applying fertilizer which is possibly degrading soil, possibly contributing to the cancer we talked about in Punjab. So that's the first question. The second,
Ma'am, that is all that we can have. I'm sorry, we have to prioritize. Are there? Yes, sir, please.
We are talking of carcinogenic effect of chemical fertilizer. The way you tell Punjab, Batinda, Cancer Express. Nowadays there is a much more evolution in our food, like in China and Singapore. Now they say there is a plastic rice and plastic eggs are in the market. Do you think it is a evolution or revolution? How these things are happening?
So there are two questions related to inputs and how inputs can lead to, let's say, not just food security but nutritional security. So probably Mr. Ravinder would take it up. But before that, Dr. Sunil, if you could answer that gentleman's question about how cooperative and public sector in general could come together with private sector, although that question was answered in the previous sessions, but even then. Yeah, so maybe.
Yeah, so I am also the master trainer of cooperative ministry. I recently took up this assignment just 2 months back. So the question which gentleman has posted, that how cooperatives and public sector can come together, to fulfill the dreams of the producers. See, cooperative sector in India started very well. It touched the peak, then it started declining. Now it is being, refurnished. So give us the time in cooperative sector to partner with the private sector. It will take us 8 months to 12 months to come out with the clear-cut policy. We are creating a multi-state cooperative society system, which Honorable Amit Shah ji announced 2 days back. And with that multi-state cooperative system, we'll be able to forge alliances with the private sector. That is the only thing I can say at this time. But give us some time. You'll see this partnership coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, not cooperatives, but 10,000 FPO scheme is also a good step in that direction, because FPOs, after all, are farmer-run organizations.
Thanks, Shakti. Thank you, Komal, for asking this question. I guess you answered in your question itself. I guess doctors and agriculturists should talk more often, and they should be in these kind of conferences together so that we don't make disjointed efforts. I guess it's very, very important. I agree that we have been probably overusing fertilizers, and we have still not reaped the benefits of that overuse. And probably one of the reasons could also be, like I said, we have been trying to solve one problem without looking at the ecosystem. And so probably the singular problem at that time was how do we increase yield, but then in the process, like you mentioned, there's a lot of fertilizer that's being fixed in the soil currently as well and all that. So it's not optimum till the time we create an ecosystem. And I like to correct myself. I said everything starts with the seed, but then you can have a very talented kid unless you school him properly, he won't become successful. So plant management or the crop management is equally important, which also constitutes fertilization and pesticide usage. And sir, to answer your question, I guess I am not very rightly placed to judge whether fertilizers are leading to cancer or they are not, because I don't think we have adequate amount of research at this stage. But what you rightly said is, I think it's high time that we start looking at this whole problem very holistically and see if we are putting fertilizer to the plant, how will it help the humans who will be consuming or the animals who will be consuming? Because plant nutrition is not an end in itself, it's just a means to an end. I guess if we look at the problem from that perspective, many of our questions will be answered. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid that is the end of the session, but the interaction doesn't stop here, because we take the interaction to the tea and coffee session also. And secondly, I hope the organizers would appreciate that despite having a full panel and starting after a lavish lunch, we managed to finish well in time, I think. So thank you so much for the lovely questions and the discussion. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, very much, Mr. Shekhawat. We do acknowledge the timely and punctuality that you have followed. Thank you once again, and all the panelists for sharing with us those valuable insights. We are indeed very, very grateful. And like Mr. Shekhawat said, you can ask your questions over tea, the networking tea, which is open now. With that, we have come to an end of not only this session, but our program on achieving nutritional security through agri-nutri food value chain. Please join us for a cup of tea. We wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you.